Hey, welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting, and today is Tuesday, August 13th, 2024. We are here in the JATC South building. We have 6 board members present. Lisa Dean is not with us. I haven't heard from her though, so I'm assuming she's on her way. And welcome back. All of our teachers are back in the classroom. Today has been a great day. It's been a professional development day for our district, and thank you to all of those who've put in so much effort to make that a success. I have heard very positive feedback from multiple people about the classes, the professional development classes, about our keynote speakers this morning. So thank you and congratulations for a successful day, and welcome back, everyone. We're excited for a new school year. We are going to start out our study session with a seismic study presentation. So we will invite Scott Thomas and Dave Rostrom up to the table, and we'll start with Ms. Richards.
Okay, thank you. We were finally able to meet on Friday after getting all of our results back from the seismic study. And the first thing I'd like to say is thanks for all your patience. It's been over 2 years since we started this process, and so it has taken a lot of patience, a lot of diligence, a lot of hard work, and I appreciate Scott and Ian and Dave for all that they've done to get this going. And we do have some good news, and so I'm going to, in a minute, turn it over to Scott and Dave, and they can explain the procedure, the process, and what the results were. But we did have 9 schools on that list, the original list, and of those 9 schools, 8 of our schools came out very positive. And so I'll turn the time over to Scott and Dave, and you can kind of go through what happened.
Ms. Richards, thank you. And I hope the board, we provided a summary of the report to the board. So I hope you've had a chance to look through that Tier 2 summary. If you wouldn't mind, I've carefully scripted this out, so I'm going to refer to my notes, and I'd just like to go through and talk about the process for just a moment and what we went through to get to this point, because like Ms. Richards said, it's been a few minutes. And so in February of 2022, the Utah Division of Emergency Management and FEMA published a seismic conditions report of all Utah K-12 schools. This report had put together 3 different categories where schools were categorized as having seismic deficiencies based on a Tier 1 assessment, and our Tier 1 assessment. Dave, I don't know if all of the Tier 1s were conducted by Reevely engineers or just ours.
They were.
Okay, so Reevely had been very involved in that. This Tier 1 report looked at the age of the building and a review of the building plans, including the materials used. The 3 categories listed schools in the report as 3 different areas. One was unreinforced, the second one was likely unreinforced, and the third was under-reinforced. And at the time, Jordan School District had 9 schools listed as under-reinforced. Again, basically based on their age and materials used and those kinds of things. With this information, we began working with the Utah Division of Emergency Management and FEMA to secure a grant that would enable us to conduct an in-depth Tier 2 assessment of these buildings in order to get much more detail and recommendations for necessary mitigation. As you know, this was a very long and difficult process, but we were finally awarded this grant in April of 2024 and immediately secured the services of BHB engineers to conduct the Tier 2 study on these schools. The Tier 2 assessment is a much more detailed study of the building itself with in-depth inspections behind walls and above the ceiling tiles. It also included detailed recommendations for mitigation and seismic improvements. We recently received this Tier 2 report back on those 9 schools and had the opportunity to sit down with the engineers for their assessment and the interpretation of the results. In this report, we learned that 8 of the 9 schools, Jordan School District schools listed, were actually reinforced, but included some deficiencies and recommendations for current code improvements. So basically, they came back and said they are actually reinforced, but certainly not up to today's code requirements for seismic. One Jordan School District school, Westville Elementary, came back classified as unreinforced, The engineers are still studying this particular school, but provided some known deficiencies and recommendations for code improvements. While the majority of the structure's masonry contains reinforcement, the amount is considered inadequate. Therefore, for purposes of the Tier 2 analysis, the structure is being considered as unreinforced masonry. They clarified that Westville isn't necessarily an unsafe school, but that based on their assessment, it may or may not perform as well as other schools in a seismic event, depending on the scale of the event and where the epicenter is. The strategies for code improvements and costs are significant in comparison to the other 8 schools. Westville is our oldest school, built in 1966. All other JSD schools built before this year have been rebuilt or replaced. So that just kind of gives you an idea of the assessment that took place, their interpretation of those results, and where they are. And like Ms. Richards said, we're happy with the news on those 8 schools that came back. And I know currently I've asked Ian and Dave this question, and Ian's currently working with Reevely engineers. How do we get those 8 schools off of that report? So he's already talked to Reevely. And Dave, any updates on that, where he's at in that process?
We're still working on it, getting some information. We should be able to remove those schools from the
Remind us how many schools throughout the state were on this list. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. I want to give you that information. Total unreinforced schools throughout the state, there were 120, with Jordan having 0, and now we would have 1. Likely unreinforced school, Jordan had 0, and there were 14. And likely under-reinforced, there were 131 schools, and Jordan had 7 of those. But when you look at the rapid visual screening score, less than 2.0, there were 326 schools throughout the state that had that score, and Jordan had 9. 8 of those 9 are indeed reinforced and according to the architect or the engineers, were in surprisingly good shape considering their age. Now, if you've looked at the report, the summary, regardless of whether they're reinforced or not, they're always going to give you some costs for code improvements and recommendations. And you saw those improvements could be made as part of larger projects if the board wanted to do that, and that would be the recommendation. So.
Any questions?
Question on the recommendations, when you say it could be done as part of larger projects, would that, for instance, if they're getting a new roof, that would be the time to,
Correct. Yeah.
would you make them stand alone?
You could do both. I mean, you could do. We asked that question, and Dave, I'm going to have. It's always nice to have your fact checker sitting right
That's
next
right.
to you. You could have those just be standalone, and they would probably have to remove much of the ceiling tile to get up to the roof deck, and they could do a lot of it on the exterior without doing that. To shear up walls and things like that, they could do it as they could do it as standalone projects. It in many cases might be more cost effective to do it as part of a larger project where you are removing those things and doing it
Anyway,
at the same
yeah.
time.
there's 2 ways to remedy a lot of the concerns that they have, and that's either from the top. So if the school was in a situation where it needed to be re-roofed, then we could do a lot of the work from the top side. Or if the roof has recently been replaced, we could remove some of the ceilings and access it from the lower side. So if you had a school that was set up to get it like a lighting upgrade or some AV upgrades and stuff like that, that would be a great time to do some of these seismic improvements from the underneath side. So each school could be just a little bit different situation.
And as we talk and plan for the future, and we talk about schools, like we said, Westville, the mitigation would be substantially more. Talk about other projects that need to be done at that school, and then make decisions based on the age of the building and the condition. I want to reiterate and clarify again that we asked, is Westville an unsafe school? And the response was no. It doesn't mean it's unsafe. It just may or may not perform as well as other schools in a seismic event. Again, depending on the size of the event and where the epicenter is. I also mentioned that Westville is a single-story building instead of a 2-story, which is also our favor. So,
Can I ask, when it comes to the estimates that were included on board docs, do we need to do it all at once? Is this something that you can do in phases? How does, What makes the most sense that way?
I would guess why you were doing it, you would want to address all of the issues. What-
Okay. So one school at a time, but do the full project at once. Thank you.
That'd be my recommendations. It could be broken up, but there's having them on site and having the cost for the general conditions and stuff are already being there. It makes sense to do the whole project.
These were buildings that were built anywhere from the mid-60s to the late 70s, early 80s. And so we were very happy with the results. Did they need some work? Sure. And so do a lot of older buildings, but we were very happy with what we learned.
So I was going to ask, where do we go from here? So not having this has really made it difficult for us to develop a long-term building plan. And does that go back to the facilities to start to work on that, or do we create a different committee to do that? Because I really did like when I first got on the board, we had some really clear paths of this school's being built this year, this school's being built this year. And I know we can't be exact, but I really would like to have a bigger picture of our future on builds and rebuilds.
So we have asked previously staff to bring us a building plan recommendation.
And that's coming in the fall.
And that'll be, I believe, be coming the end of September when we do our housing and enrollment report and projections. And then we're also going to bring recommendations on our building plan. So I would assume they will
look at that.
take this information into account and probably bring it to the facilities committee also.
Right.
And we gave them instructions to paint with a pretty wide brush as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited to see what comes out of it.
Yeah, so this will be important information that will help inform that plan for sure.
We anticipate being prepared for the housing and enrollment discussion on October 8th for that meeting to bring everything back. That's the
Plan.
the big presentation.
Do you have anything else?
No, again, just
Dave?
thank you for your support and your patience as we worked through this process, and I think the outcome was good.
I think we learned a lot.
We did. And like I said, each building has a very in-depth report, and so they provided the report, a summary, and then we summarized their summary, and that's what you received. If you'd like to see more, we're happy to share that.
How many
with you.
pages was that?
Yeah, I would guess it's about a 60-page report for each
I like this.
location.
Thank you.
I very much appreciate the report you gave us.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, we have a couple of bids on our agenda at the very bottom, and the staff that are responsible for those are in the building now. Would you be okay if we moved up our special business item bids to right now? Objections to doing that?
Mm-mm.
I don't think we do.
You can take them in any order as long as they're posted on the agenda.
Right.
Okay. So let's go to our special business item bids. And can I get a motion for the first one?
I move that we approve the administrative schools middle school level advisory scheduling software and digital hall pass solutions for secondary schools bid.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richard to approve the advisory scheduling software and digital hall pass solutions for secondary schools bid. Is there any discussion to that motion?
Could we have Cody come to the table and just maybe give us an update?
Probably Curtis
on-
Jensen too,
Oh, and Curtis.
RFP committee.
Yes, thank you. This is a software program that has had some changes recently and as with new ownership. And it's a program that many schools have been using previously under the name of Edficiency. And so with the rebranding, so to speak, there's been some changes. I brought Curtis Jensen here with me, asked him to come because they've been using it for a while at South Jordan Middle and can speak to more of the specifics of how the program is used. Do you have any specific questions, or can I have Curtis give an overview of the program?
Yeah, I would just like to hear a brief summary
Sure.
of
So
how
under,
it's used.
under
and,
15 minutes? Yeah, okay.
That would be it, yes.
Basically, what happens is when teachers need to request specific kids or kids want to request specific teachers, this is a software program that allows that process to take place, and it manages on the back end who goes where and tracks attendance in the intervention period. Is that brief enough? Yeah. Yeah. I can tell you more if you want to know anything else specific, but the idea is basically that it connects kids with the people that can help them in whatever area they want. And then if they don't get assigned, it can randomly assign them to one of their other teachers, or they can sign up for an extension activity.
So we're talking about short term, a student needs a different placement, or we're talking about building a schedule at the beginning of the school year, or both?
So depending on how the school sets it up, each school sets it up a little bit differently, but there's that half-hour intervention period that I think all of the middle schools use. This basically is just a way to manage where kids go in that time frame. So it's the way that we use it at South Jordan Middle School. The kids don't have an assigned place to go every day by default. They get assigned somewhere new every day. Some schools have a homeroom, and then they're getting pulled out of that homeroom to a different place. So the software lets you do whatever format fits best.
And so this bid would make the same process at every school.
We have 7 schools that are requesting to purchase the program, so this bid is just for those 7 that have requested it.
And it still allows every school to use it however they see fit within that. Like it lets you set it up differently. It manages a lot of the legwork that makes intervention periods really hard.
So you've been using this program previously.
Yeah.
What have they done to improve it?
So the purchase from Securely. So Securely is the company that bought Efficiency. Efficiency is what it was before. They took Efficiency and another program that did a similar thing and took basically the best of both products and built a new product. So the base, if I believe, is based mostly on Efficiency, but the user interface is greatly improved. It's a much more up-to-date interface, and they added a bunch of things that we'd been asking for all at once. So yeah, it's definitely an
Did you
improvement.
describe the digital hall pass component?
Yeah.
As well?
So there's a digital hall pass component that came with the fact that Securely is also the owner of that company. So it allows us to get both software products at the same time. But essentially, it's a check-in, check-out system for hall passes. So you can limit the number of kids that can have a hall pass at one time in the building, or from a specific classroom. Kids can get a set number of hall passes per day or per teacher, or however you want to manage that. You can also set it so that there's kids who can't be in the hall at the same time. So if you have repeated problems with kids meeting up for various activities, then that makes it so that they can't do that. It just flags them so that they can't go.
So the teacher has this information. Does the office also?
Yes. Yeah. So our hall monitors would have it. So it comes with a mobile app that the hall monitors can use. And then we can see at any time if a kid has been out for more than whatever threshold you set, then it flags the kid red in the system, and that you know to go and actually see where they went. So
Great.
We haven't actually used that one yet. I know Bingham High is using a similar product, and they said that
I think Elkridge may have been
and they might have
testing
to,
it
yeah.
too. I'm not sure.
But the schools that have started using it have said that it cuts down on like bathroom vandalism and vaping and things like that quite a bit.
Great.
So just to clarify, and I apologize, I just am not seeing it in the documents that we got. Who are the schools that are doing this, and is the cost per school?
Yes, so that amount that's listed in the bid will be divided up by those 7 schools, and they will each be paying for it out of their own school budgets that they've designated for the software. As far as the names of those, let's see, I can pull that up here.
While he's looking it up, it also would allow other schools to pick it up if they wanted to without having to go through the RFP process, just because we've already gone through the process, and they would get it at the same price.
Great.
The schools are Copper Mountain, Hidden Valley, Joel P. Jensen, Mountain Creek, Ochre Hills, South Jordan, and West Jordan.
Those are all middle schools, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
I'm just thinking how many are left.
Five schools, not counting the virtual school, the 5 remaining
The
schools.
other schools using other software?
No,
They have their own
They
system?
have their own system. It's usually a spreadsheet they manage themselves as they assign students to their intervention period. Have not made the shift previously, and we're not interested at this time. Although with this approval, potentially as schools start using it, they may see the advantages and want to join in.
All of the schools are aware of this opportunity, but have said no thank you.
Yeah, the principals have talked about it. It's been mentioned in our principal meetings. Those who have used it have kind of shared their experience. So it's out there.
Does the student need a phone to use the digital hall pass?
No, so the student can request a hall pass on the Chromebook in the class, either on their individual Chromebook or the teacher. If they don't, depending on how the teacher sets it up, they can just have a Chromebook designated in the class that is the hall pass Chromebook that they use. There is a mobile app that kids could have on their phone if that's a thing they have access to, but it's not requirement by any means.
Thank you.
Did you have another question, Brian?
Mine was along those same lines. What are they using? The ones that aren't opting for this.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richards to approve the bid for the advisory scheduling software and digital hall pass solutions for secondary schools. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion for bid B?
I move that we accept the bid for Career and Technical Education CTE Computer Labs.
And I'll second it again.
Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richards.
Seems to be happening.
Bid for the CTE Computer Labs. Is there discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing no discussion, all in favor of approving the bid, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. All right, that motion passes unanimously. That's a that's a routine one that we get every year, right? It's part of a rotation. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, we will go back now to our study session item to early learning plan. And we'll invite Ms. Carolyn Goff and Mr. Ben Jamison to the table.
Thank you for this opportunity. This is something that we actually do yearly. So this is another one of those annual opportunities for us to come to you. There is the annual expectation that we have a chance for the board to submit, according to state law, some goals about mathematics and literacy. And for the last few years, our focus has been on literacy. This year, we've done a little bit different focus. The state has asked us to focus a greater degree on math. And so we have a few results that we'd like to share with you, again, in anticipation of the fact that we will be submitting to the state our growth information, our proficiency information, in anticipation of some funding that they will provide us as well. And so this is that annual report that Mr. Jamison has put together, and we'll share with you the results of both some literacy information and our literacy goal for the coming year, and some math information and our goal for math. I will just make this comment that last year we had more literacy goals than math goals, and now this year it's flipped. There are more math goals than literacy goals. And so that's the context with which we bring this information.
All right, so we will start with the early literacy results and goals first. Just kind of a reminder as to what the Acadience Reading Assessment is kind of a refresher. It is a screener meant to identify students who are at risk of reading below grade level. And it's administered one-to-one to students in kindergarten through 6th grade. K3 is the state mandated part, and then as a district, we've chosen to administer it to grades 4 through 6 as well. It assesses early literacy skills such as phonological awareness, decoding, sight word recognition, and to a degree reading comprehension as well. In my slides, I'm going to address beginning of the year is BOY, MOY is middle of the year, and end of year it will be EOY, just for brevity. A couple of other things to note. 97% of our students in K6 participated in the Acadience Reading Assessment, which is almost 28,000 students, so not an insignificant number that were tested one-on-one. The participation rate includes about 7,200 economically disadvantaged students, about 3,000 English learners, and about 4,300 students with a disability. So this gives you, yes, please.
Why do we point that out?
Just so you have some context in terms of the data over time. It allows you to kind of get a feel for how demographics play into the data over time. I can say that those particular demographic populations are growing. And so especially with economically disadvantaged students and our English learners, those populations are growing, which is an interesting consideration when you look at data over time.
And these particular populations that are mentioned, do they historically perform worse than the other populations? Is that why we're mentioning it? Just to take that into consideration with the numbers, or?
Yes and no. I mean, not necessarily. All of these students, really all of our student populations, bring different skill sets to the table when it comes to reading. Economically disadvantaged students, for instance, sometimes will have less opportunities to be exposed to literacy in the home simply because there isn't money to be able to buy books for them and things like that. So that's a consideration when we look at literacy data. English learners obviously have a range, as we've talked about in the past, have a range of language skills, and so that's a consideration when we look at the data, especially if that population is a growing population. And so I just trying to add some context, I guess, as you look at the data across years. Yeah, you bet. So we'll break it up in terms of proficiency and growth for kindergarten through 3rd grade, and then grades 4 through 6. And the reason for that really is because we have data for kindergarten through 3rd grade that goes back much farther in terms of years. We've only been testing grades 4 through 6 for the last 3 school years. So that's why we've divided it up that way. But in terms of K3, you can see there over time the percentage of students that are proficient. The last 2 years in particular have shown an increase over time from the previous 2 years. And if we take a look at growth over time, you can see that the last 2 years have been the highest in terms of Acadience reading measurement since we've started measuring or using that assessment. Grades 4 through 6 in the last 3 years, you can see that there's a trend upwards for all 3 years in terms of growth, and also a positive trend there as well.
Remind me, what year did we implement Walk to Read?
It was in just after the pandemic. We tried to start it during the pandemic.
So
but
this
we
kind of
couldn't.
goes along with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've seen that part of that trend is working with these programs that we have started. You'll notice in some grades the growth is higher than in others, so we're also trying some additional strategies to see if that can keep it up. But yeah, I'm trying to come back also from pre-pandemic to pre-pandemic growth. That was part of our Walk to Read as well, so yeah.
Thanks.
So there's some benefit in breaking it down by grade level, just to get an idea of kind of where the proficiency and growth is specific to those grade level populations. You can see with kindergarten that once again, in terms of proficiency, that's the highest ever. So kindergarten continues to trend upward at a pretty significant rate. In terms of growth, again, trending upward from 58% last year to 63.6%, but pretty significant, that 20% gap between the previous years. So kindergartners are making some good progress. 1st grade, news probably isn't as good there. It's a little bit stagnant over the past 4 years. And then growth actually dropped a little bit this last year with first grade. And you'll see in our plan, first grade is going to be our focus in terms of goals. Second grade.
Excuse me.
Yes.
The first grade students here will be second grade students next year.
Correct.
So
They'll be
shouldn't we
second grade
focus?
students this year.
Yeah. Shouldn't we focus on second grade students if they're the ones that were struggling the previous year? Or does that not play into this? You mentioned that our goals are focused on first grade, but the first graders are the ones that were struggling. It seems like we'd want to focus. Maybe I'm not understanding it correctly.
Well, if you look, you notice that you're right. The first graders become second graders, obviously, and so notice that the trend is both first and second grade. But the interesting thing is, over time, if you look at the first grade information, why is first grade still stagnating, even though the kids change? So that helps us to think something's happening in first grade that we need
Or
need
not
to,
happening,
or not
yeah.
happening that needs that there maybe needs to be looked at more carefully, because even though those kids have changed, the trend is not. So
Well, and
that's
if they're
the
making
thought.
big gains in kindergarten, it kind of stands to reason that the next year the gains won't be as great.
That's true too. As we look at those numbers, we'd like to see that trajectory continue to go up. And so if it's not, then it might be an issue that is focused on first grade and in second grade. And that seems to be the two places in these numbers where we want to see more growth. If you compare that to what's happening even in the upper grades, and when we see them make some more gains, we notice that there's a difference. So to your point, those students are progressing. But notice the trends through the years that shows that they're not making as much growth as we'd like to see in those grades. So it must be something else that we can be looking at.
I have a question. What is considered growth when we see the first grade growth over time or kindergarten growth over time?
That's a good question. So it's basically a comparison of like scoring peers from one year to another. So if you look at, let's say Johnny has a proficiency score on Acadience reading of 125 in first grade, then that growth then is compared to other students in the Acadience reading bank of students, which will be millions of students, who have also scored 125. And what is typical growth for those students that score in that same range? And so basically it's, when we say that a student is making typical or better growth, it's a comparison to other students that scored like them.
So it's typical or better growth. Okay, thank you.
Excellent questions. So looking at second grade then, proficiency, you can see there across the 4 years, we're trending upwards a little bit, though we dipped this year, but it is a slight trend upward, not super significant yet. In terms of growth though, and growth, remember, is a leading indicator of proficiency, meaning that we should start to see growth in the future. So we're seeing some growth with our second graders. And we hope to continue to build that momentum as well so that it starts showing in proficiency over time. Third grade proficiency, we had a jump last year, but otherwise has remained basically the same, slight trend upwards maybe with those 2 years. Growth a little bit higher again as well for third grade. Fourth grade proficiency, we're showing a trend upwards for all 3 years. More so of a trend with growth as well. Fifth grade, again, trending upwards with proficiency, especially the last couple of years. And then growth again as well, especially this last school year. And then sixth grade, you'll notice that that's our highest percentage of proficiency between all 7 grade levels. And you'll notice as well that that percentage of proficiency has kind of been growing across grade levels as well. And then there's growth, slight trend upwards as well with our biggest bump this last school year. So let's talk about the goals that we had, that we submitted to the state for the 23-24 school year. One of the goals is set for us by the state. They call it the Utah Uniform Growth Goal for grades 1 through 3, so excluding kindergarten here. They want LEAs across the state to achieve 60% students making typical or better growth across the board there for those 3 grade levels. For Jordan in grades 1 through 3, it was 64.1%, so we were able to achieve that goal. And then that just gives you an idea, again, excluding kindergarten, so the numbers are a little bit different, what our growth has been over the last several years. So in the last 2 years in particular, we're showing growth back to pre-pandemic levels, even though we dropped a little bit this last school year. So as far as the rest of the goals then for literacy, we got to create those goals ourselves. The state didn't, they had parameters, of course, and conditions, but we chose first grade to focus on. And our goal was to increase the percentage of students scoring at or above benchmark. And you can see at the beginning of the year, about 63.6% of students were scoring at or above benchmark. That dropped 2.7% by the end of the year, so that goal was not met.
Have theories? What? I mean, a couple percent. Do we know what happened?
Well, that's partly what we're looking at right now, is to see, because it's interesting to note the trend up for almost every other grade. So, we're watching to see, does full day kindergarten make a difference? Does, what kinds of things are we looking at specifically in terms of strategies in first grade? We have been using a curriculum with Walk to Read, Really Great Reading, and we're looking to see, could we be teaching some of the skills earlier in the school year, giving students more time to practice those skills? That is actually one of the theories that we currently have, is that some of the main foundational skills are not being presented early enough in first and second grade. And we are going to potentially pilot a program that works to push those skills closer to the beginning of the year, giving students a longer time to practice them, and do another kind of an opportunity to rehearse those kinds of skills daily. And so we're going to try those 2 strategies with several of our schools and actually compare to see, did that make a difference in first grade? So that's exactly right.
Fully different curriculum, or you're just implementing the curriculum we have differently?
It's the same skills, the foundational skills, at different times. So it's very similar to the curriculum we have, slightly different, but it's a different scope and sequence. And so trying to set some earlier goals for students to give them a little bit of a challenge up front, but getting longer practice times. Some of the most important skills we found in the current curriculum that we're using are introduced too late. So that's one of the big changes that we're working on for this first and second grade.
And this might be out in left field, but I'm wondering in my mind why the difference between kindergarten and first grade, so much different. And I'm just wondering if, some parents choose to not have their students go to kindergarten, and then they come online in first grade. Might that be part of the problem, or weigh in a little bit?
Another
I
great
don't know.
theory. I mean, it's difficult to show any sort of causation for this, but it's a great theory. It's another whole good point as to why we believe that full day kindergarten could be a real advocate here, real asset.
On this slide, I'm understanding it correctly. Beginning of year, there were 2,383 students who met the benchmark. They were reading however well they should be at the beginning of first grade. At the end of first grade, 2,298 students were leaving first grade at the level of reading. Am I understanding that? Okay.
That's right.
So something during that year didn't work for 2.7 or whatever percent of, yeah.
And I should point out, to Ms. Goff's earlier point, the complexity. So one of the measures that first graders receive during the Acadience reading measurement through those windows is they're presented with texts that they read, and they have a minute to read, and we look at words correct per minute and accuracy and things like that. But the text complexity changes It increases from beginning of the year to middle of the year and again to the end of the year. So in other words, the texts that they read get harder. And so it could be, are we pacing correctly? Or it could be, do we need to introduce more complex tests or more complex skills sooner, which is what Ms. Goff was addressing earlier as well.
We're also hopeful, just as another comment, that the comprehension curriculum that we have newly implemented, I mean, this is the first year of implementation for Wit and Wisdom. And so we're anxious to see, usually there can also be a dip with the new curriculum, but we're anxious to see, does that also potentially help, especially in those areas of comprehension, some of those rich texts and passages that potentially will get more complex over time. That's different, though, than the phonics skills that we're also working on, and that's where I talked about introducing some of those foundational skills earlier and more with a greater frequency of using those and incorporating daily routines. So that's one of the things we're working on.
All right, last year, the state asked us to create 2 literacy goals besides their uniform growth goal. So we created one again for 2nd grade, which was to reduce the percentage of students scoring well below benchmark. And you can see there at the beginning of the year, there were 935 2nd graders that scored at well below benchmark, 23.6%. By end of the year, that number went up a little bit to 1,005 students, with so about a quarter of 2nd graders. And so that goal was not met either. So some conclusions, just to kind of think about before we move to the goals. K-6, the percentage of students that are at or above benchmark is slowly trending up, but this is largely due to grades 4 through 6 in kindergarten. We're seeing less of a trend, a little bit of stagnation in 1st grade, less of a trend in 2nd and 3rd grade. And so, we'll obviously, we have goals, but we continue to focus on those early grades as well. Kindergarten, I'll just point out again that they obtained the highest percentage of students at or above benchmark ever. Also with 6th grade, you remember there were 79.9% of students who were at or above benchmark, which when we were talking about a multi-tiered system of supports, we want students through Tier 1 instruction, which is the instruction that everybody receives and that everybody has access to. We would want at least 80% of our students to be able to meet proficient. By the time our students exit the elementary program, we are essentially meeting that goal for a multi-tiered system of supports. And then some conclusions in terms of growth. Grades K-6 overall are showing the highest growth along with kindergarten. 1st grade is the only one that's kind of trending down. And so again, that's why we would want to focus a goal on there to see if we can't remedy the issue and catch it kind of where it's beginning. So looking to the future, the state has asked for one literacy goal, and so what we're focusing on again is 1st grade, and we're looking to increase the percentage of 1st grade students scoring at or above benchmark by 3% from beginning year to end of year. So essentially, we're looking to increase our proficiency, similar to what we were looking at this year.
And we have plans, or we're going to come up with plans.
Those are the things I was just commenting on. So in some of these schools, we're testing them to make sure that, they do indeed work. We'd like to see that some of those foundational skills are taught earlier, that there are more daily routines that are focused on those skills, and then the frequency of some phonics lessons. Where it's only been taught, once a week, we'll do it twice a week, just to see if that increases this to this very thing. So we're piloting that in several different schools to see, what kinds of results that shows for us, because that's where we firmly believe. In fact, one of the reasons kindergarten is so high is because one of the expectations for kindergarten is a very clear and consistent goal by November. And because we set that early on with those kindergartners, we can see that makes a difference. So we'd like to try to implement that idea and concept within 1st grade as well. So that concept of clear, consistent expectations by a timeline is what we're working on for 1st grade as well.
Notice in the first grade proficiency over time chart that we showed early on, pre-pandemic, the numbers are 65, 66, 66%. And the growth is increasing as well. What were we doing then? If it's a system issue, if it's a systemic issue, we must have teachers that were teaching back then. What were we doing back then that led to success that we're not doing now?
Yeah, that's a good question. I wasn't here then, so I'm not really sure exactly all the things that were happening.
Can I say something?
Yeah,
Something I
please.
noticed pre-pandemic where there were more volunteers in schools reading with kids and having kids read to them. And I don't know if that affects it, but that is a pre-pandemic thing that I've been thinking of that might have had an effect. I remember a lot of people going and listening to first graders read pre-pandemic.
So that's a great point. That's really good. You know, it is a really good question, and I'm sure that we can find more of that information out. But you know, my specialist or my consultant in charge of that isn't here, so I can ask those questions. But I just think too, the pandemic was definitely when we were making progress. It was very evident that it slowed it. So us trying to get back to pre-pandemic levels, the best thing about it is we have. At least whatever we were doing and whatever we're doing now is now at least matching what we were doing at that point. And so now it's like, okay, now we need to keep going. Where do we go from here? So that has been the big drive in the last few years, is how do we even match what we were doing before? And, you know, as we worked to on the Walk to Read program and moving toward having those kind of interactions with students, it has moved us in the right direction.
And I just want to reemphasize what Ms. Goff indicated earlier is that, I mean, if you look at kindergarten, we're far surpassing pre-pandemic results. And so what is it about kindergarten that's working well that maybe isn't happening in other grade levels? Because we've gone beyond whatever we were doing those years ago. And I think those clear goals are a part of that. We've also I visited with a superintendent from another district that has really high reading scores, and we looked at what they're doing, and what we found is that there are clear goals, just like Ms. Goff indicated. So what we're hoping is that with these methods that have shown the combination of really clear goals with a timeline attached to them, plus the new tools that we're using, that combination is working extremely well in kindergarten. So we want to see if that combination applied in other grades can work as well as it has in at least one other district. The clarity of goal is what they have going for them. As Ms. Goff and her team met with that district after I had met with the superintendent of that district. And we found that clarity is something that has made them successful. It's also what's making kindergarten successful, along with the programs that we have in place. So as she indicated, that's really what we're looking at next. By this time, this is really where we ought to see first graders performing. And if that's not happening, then let's see what support we can provide. So I think it's good progress, and I think these questions from the board are really important questions, and they're questions that we've been working on to address. So.
And I just also will note that what is encouraging to me is that sixth grade is higher than it's ever been. So that shows that even, you know, when you mentioned, you know, some of them not necessarily being quite what we were doing before, some of the grades are higher than they have ever been in the past, ever. And so as we see sixth grade, I mean, that was the biggest celebration we had in this last year, was the fact that we're now higher ever. And the growth scores that, as Mr. Jamison said, is usually what precedes proficiency. So as we see that, there are some trends moving in the right direction. So to your point, it's moving in a good way. But we want to not only meet that, but surpass it. And that's the first and the second grade continue to be like, we have some ideas that we're working on, and we just need to refine them a bit, and that's what we're working to do in this next year.
Excellent. And then, of course, the state's uniform growth goal continues. So we'll still be looking at growth and working to make sure that our students attain typical or better growth higher than the state's goal. So we'll now change to the early mathematics results. Before I do so, though, are there any other remaining literacy questions before we switch to math? Then just a couple of things to note. We have not, with the board, discussed much about the Acadience math assessment, so this will be fairly new information for you. It is also a screener in the same way that Acadience reading is a screener. It's meant to identify students who are at risk of mathematics difficulties in later grades. It is administered one-to-one for students in kindergarten and first grade. And then there are also some group administered quizzes for students in grades 1 through 3. So teachers will administer those, and then my department will grade them and enter them into the system. The Acadience math assessment will assess skills like magnitude comparison, which is greater, which number is greater. It takes a look at subitization, which is the ability, so for instance, kindergarten students see a set of dominoes, and they have to instantly basically judge which of those dominoes is greater. They have 3 seconds to identify that. We also look at number identification, computational skills, mathematical vocabulary, and problem solving as well. This has been a state mandated assessment for 3 years, so it's relatively on the new side compared to some of our other assessments. Just like with Acadience reading, I'll give you just kind of some context in terms of participation and who participated in this. We had a 97% participation rate for K3, about 14,500 students. Of those 14,500 students, about 3,800 were economically disadvantaged. About 1,600 were English learners, about 2,300 were students with disabilities. And I readily had some chronically absent data for this as well. That was just under 3,600 students, so about 24%. That will be a similar percentage for Acadience reading as well. When you make it K6, it's going to be closer to a third, just so you know, of the population. K3 proficiency over time for Acadience math, you can see, is pretty stagnant. It's been the same thing across the last 3 years.
Question, sorry.
Yes.
Do we have the ability to see the results of the chronically absent students?
We could pull that information for you, yes. I don't have it here immediately for you, but yeah, that is something that we could do. Is that a data point that you would be interested in seeing in the future as well?
Maybe just personally, I'm curious if the chronically absent students, initially everyone thinks, well, that must be drawing the number down, because they're not there, a certain percentage. I would be interested though to see if,
Me too. Typically speaking, attendance is one that I monitor just myself because it's one of those things that I care about. I care about that students are coming to school. We have found across assessments, K-12, that chronically absent students, which is essentially missing 10 or more days in a school year. So any student that misses 10 or more days will typically score lower on assessments. In some cases, 10 to 15% lower. Kids who are chronically absent and miss more than 20 days will score between 20 and 30% lower than their attending peers. So yeah, it does. They do tend to be lower in their scoring.
Some of the chronically absent students in the 3% not taking the test.
That might be the case with some of the other assessments, but the way that we structure testing, so I have a team of testers that go out to individual schools and meet with students. Their classes rotate through the media center, but they go back to schools and often frequently to catch kids that were absent the days that we were scheduled, which is why we get a 97% participation rate. We got all but the most absent students basically tested.
What if a parent opts out? Are they included in that?
No, not in this particular participation rate, although I will say that opting out for this assessment is pretty rare, like less than 1%. Okay, if we break it down by grade level for Acadience Math, you can see kindergarten proficiency over time is trending upwards slightly for the 3 years. Growth is a better trend, although it's just a third of students making typical or better progress for kindergarten. First grade proficiency over time, we had a little bit of a jump this year compared to the previous 2 years, about half the population at or above benchmark. And then growth, a little bit better jump even, with nearly 2/3 of the first grade population at a typical or better progress. For second grade, that's the very definition of the same. But growth looks better for second grade, interestingly. And then third grade, we're actually trending down in terms of Acadience Math proficiency. And growth is, I can't draw a conclusion there, there's no trend. So in terms of goals, making mathematics goals is relatively a new process from the state. They also have a growth goal that they set for us. It's the same as reading, so they expect that 60% or better make typical or better growth for grades 1 through 3, so again, excluding kindergarten. So Jordan in grades 1 through 3 obtained 54.8% typical progress. And that gives you an idea of what things look like over time. So even though we didn't make the growth goal, grades 1 through 3 combined are trending in that direction. So the goal we set last year, they only required one, was to maintain the percentage of students scoring at or above benchmark on the advanced quantity discrimination measure. So this is one measure within the overall assessment. It's the only goal where we're not looking at a composite score. This is where we ask students to discriminate between two numbers. We give them two numbers from 1 to 99, and they have to tell us within 3 seconds which number is greater. And so they have basically, it's a minute, then they go through as many of those prompts as they can. You can see at the beginning of the year that 54.1% of students were at or above benchmark for this particular skill. By the end of the year, that dropped 1.5% to 52.6%. So just some conclusions before we get into the goals. In terms of proficiency, K through 3 math proficiency over the past 3 years combined as a population is stagnating. Obviously, you saw some differences depending on the grade level there. Second grade is stagnant as well. Third grade has shown some small decreases from year to year. In terms of growth, K3 growth has trended up over the past 3 years. With a more pronounced increase in kindergarten and second grade. First grade showed an increase in growth for the first time, and third grade, different trend there. Looking to the future, the goal that we wrote and submitted, or will submit to the state based on your approval, would be that it's a first grade goal, so a first grade focus again on the AQD score. We're looking to maintain proficiency, so not drop. It'd be great if we can increase, but we're looking to maintain proficiency from beginning to end on the AQD score. And then again, the state still has the 60% growth goal that they set for us. So what questions do you have about anything that we've discussed?
They are the top 3 factors in the 50% or 40% of students who aren't at or above the performance level. What is it? Maybe the top 3 things.
One of the issues that Ben brought up here that is different from Acadience reading is the newness of the test. What the test measures can oftentimes influence, and significantly in this case, what the results are. There is a thought that the Acadience math test is not measuring as much of the core as the Acadience literacy test. So if teachers are teaching the core and there might be just some differences in that test, it's timed, for instance, and there are some key factors that maybe aren't being measured as carefully. And so what it's recording is maybe different than what is receiving the most amount of focus with our teachers. So there's a question about assessment, number one. It's just a question. We're looking at that, and we found that there are some differences in what is assessed versus what teachers are really working toward teaching. So that's one factor. The second is, as you know, we have been working on implementing a new curriculum in our upper grades. This is the 11th year that we have had the same curriculum in elementary. And it also is time to have that shift. We're noticing some really positive things happening in our middle levels, some really positive things. And this year was no exception. We've got a lot of great opportunity to increase the rigor, to increase the way that it's being taught, especially to meet diverse learner needs, emerging learners, MLs. And that has begun in the 6th grade, but it hasn't begun K-5. So I would say the second factor is definitely curriculum. That's a huge piece. And the third is we have worked as a district on targeted interventions, but it hasn't been district-wide. There have been some really good pieces that have been out there with some fluency kits, some video clubs, some opportunities for learning, but funding is a factor here. There hasn't always been the same kind of state funding that exists for literacy. And so that has been in small focus groups and in small groups here and there, people just opportunities to take advantage of it, not a concerted and consistent effort to make targeted interventions available district-wide. And so we're hopeful that as we move forward with some additional new curriculum in the coming year, that some of that will be addressed. But as you can see, those are some things that are outstanding as far as really easy to recognize, to your point, of things that may be at play with the math scores. Yeah.
So you mentioned new math curriculum. Is that something that's being implemented, or is that still something coming up?
It's coming. It's on its way. We're talking about it. We're looking toward that. It was part of our earlier conversations about, what's coming down the pipe.
I think you mentioned that you anticipate some funding from the state. Any idea when that would come?
That's part of
If
this
it will
process.
come?
We this is a checkbox for us to make sure that we've had this conversation with our board in order for us to submit to receive that funding. So that's part of why we come to this meeting with this information.
I would also add that teaching and learning has been very intentional about the pacing of new programs being introduced at the elementary level. As we are introducing new literacy program, Walk to Read, and then Wit and Wisdom, and any other adjustments, that we have delayed the implementation of a new math curriculum in lower grades because we understand that it's the same teachers who have a responsibility to make these adjustments. So I appreciate teaching and learning's approach at being very intentional, providing those opportunities for innovation and for those teachers who are asking for that. But in terms of district-wide work, pacing that intentionally so that we are thoughtful about not overburdening teachers. It's been a lot. I'm not saying it hasn't been a lot, but it would have been a lot more to try everything all at once. So that pacing is important, and it's a factor here.
Is there any further questions? You don't need an approval from us. You just need to present to us, correct?
We just needed to present. It talks about in the state that, the board will submit. Well, we're doing that on your behalf. So just your okay that we move forward with that.
Any additional questions, and is everybody comfortable with this plan? Okay, I think we are supportive of the plan. Thank you for all of your work on this. Right where you're at. We'll go to our next agenda item, which is proposed changes to Administrative Policy AA 440, Library, Media Selection and Review. Dr. Anderson.
Yes, the changes that you'll see in the draft for AA 440 are a function of, or the byproduct of HB 29, which is a recent legislation passed in this 2024 session. Hopefully the last installment of updates and revisions to laws that deal with sensitive materials, not only in our library, but in our instructional materials. And this is also a function of a lot of work with committee members on the board, our general counsel, Ms. Flores, and certainly Ms. Goff and her team. In fact, they are vastly responsible for all of the red digital ink that you see spilled all over the AA 440. Much of it is really strike-through language. It's just removing old law and then updating it with new policy that is really prescribed by and large by the new law, and it follows the new law, and we can, and Ms. Goff can speak to the details of the processes that we've used here, but we've also incorporated the same the process prescribed by law, and also made it specific and personal to how we roll in our district. We're open to questions and any, like I said, there's a lot to go through on there, but the process should be familiar, and the laws we've spoken about, at various times in previous board meetings.
I had a question on selection of materials, section A and B, responsibility for selection. I was curious if we should consider consequences, whatever those might be, for our library personnel who bring in material which is later determined to contain objective, sensitive material. Should we have any consequences for a librarian brings in a book, and then sometime after that book is challenged, reviewed, and determined to contain objective, sensitive material?
What would you suggest?
I'm not sure what I would suggest, but it's a flag to me if that happens, especially if it happens repeatedly, that person isn't doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're willingly breaking the law and exposing students to objective, sensitive material. And if that happens, it seems like there should be a consequence from the district.
I think the point that you go ahead. I think the point you made there, if someone said, this is inappropriate material, I think I'll order it and place it on the shelf. That, I think, is different from the situation that's described in policy. In policy, there's actually a mention of the fact that a media specialist isn't able to read everything that they order, that they aren't able to personally review every book from start to finish. So if someone were willfully saying, I know that this has been banned statewide, but I'm going to purchase it and put it on a shelf, I think that would be a very different situation from what we generally find. And so if anyone's in violation of a policy, we don't always have a specific consequence laid out. Rather, we have a general policy for addressing when an employee is violating policy.
I was just sorry.
No, go right ahead, Mike.
I was just going to add in there that would be covered under DP 378. If any employee is willfully and intentionally violating the law, there's progressive discipline measures that are already outlined in policy DP 378.
So, in reading the policy, it says, because of the volume of materials you mentioned that are purchased each year, they are also evaluated based on credible reviews from professional publications, recommendations, award recipients, other professional sources. So some books might slip through still, right? Even though the media specialist reads some of them or reads a synopsis of the 1,000 books, or, I mean, how many books are we talking about that they bring in at a time?
Hundreds. Especially in a new library. I mean, a brand new library like at Juniper Elementary. I mean, that's a whole, I mean, thousands in that case.
And each year I would also say that they pull books based on lack of interest. So books that aren't being checked out, books that haven't been checked, excuse me, sorry listeners, books that haven't been checked out for a long time. Media specialists will pull those books sometimes and then purchase other books. So sometimes a new media center will have a lot of books purchased, but books are coming out, books are coming in just to match interest.
Yeah, I've just been of the opinion that bigger problem, we have the idea of removing books from schools, and that's a problem. But I think the bigger problem is the fact that they're coming into the schools in the first place. Books that are going to be removed. If there are books that are going to be removed, why are they coming in the first place? That seems to me to be a bigger problem. And I'm curious if there was something we could do about that. If there's some consequences for someone, and if there are consequences, maybe they'll pay a little more attention to what they're bringing into the school. You know.
So I mentioned this to the bill sponsor, that if you really want to solve the problem, the state creates an approval list on the front end. These are the books you can get, and these are the books you can't. The law falls short of that. And I would hate to have the scrutiny of that proposal on the heads of every one of our librarians. That, oh no, a book slipped through, now I'm going to be on probation or have action taken against me. I don't think our librarians are purposely bringing material into the library. You know, I do think that this bill is strong now because it's on a state level. And I do think that this issue will kind of go away for the most part because we'll be consistent in the state. It's on the back end. I'd rather have it on the front end, but at least we're going to be consistent.
Yeah, and I don't want to be misunderstood by all the librarians out there that I'm pointing my finger at them saying that they're intentionally bringing in bad material.
You'll get letters.
But the fact is that we have objective sensitive material, or we have had, hopefully 13 of them have been removed. Somehow that material made it onto our shelves, and maybe 100% of it was not known, and I'm willing to accept that. But I would like somehow to prevent it from getting in the first place. And
I would also add that I think the definitions of objective and subjective are specific enough that our good library teacher media specialists are going to be aware of what the law now says and is aware of, and I think they're very conscientious about what they bring in. Certainly they can't review and read word for word every ounce of material, but I think they've also been very aware recently and have been under a microscope of scrutiny. So I think I'm confident that's going to be addressed in the future.
I have a question about 2B when we're talking about who selects materials. Can you just clarify for me at an elementary level, are we saying that any material that is selected has come through a librarian with a master's degree?
That's correct. Because the 4 people that are the library specialists that select materials for the library exist in the district office.
So school level is never
They don't
buying
select
or
them.
receiving donated books. The PTA can't give Scholastic dollars and
They can, but all of that would
Just-
be overseen by the library specialists at the district level.
okay, I just want to make sure that that's representing how our process is.
That's a great question.
Great question.
I have another question, and that is about appeals. So when we talk about all appeals will go through the Board of Education, I'd like to understand the extent of that process. So I understand that an appeal can be made on both sides of the argument, to retain or to remove. Are we talking about objective and subjective? I'm just wondering what kind of workload I'm taking on if I accept this, because we have never asked an individual in this district to do every appeal. Is that a state requirement? I'm gonna need a.
Are you reading, is this H2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that where you are?
Yeah.
H2? Yeah. This is,
We'll review the appeal and vote in a public board meeting to decide the outcome of a sensitive material review appeal.
and Mr. Anderson, feel free to jump in, but once the material has been determined as objective, then it's removed. So this, I believe, would be talking more about subjective information.
It also specifies that it can be an appeal for a removed material.
And then if that were to happen, the information that you would get would be the passages or any of the things that were concerning. So you wouldn't be reading the entire material. You might
For
be
an
looking
objective appeal.
for the objective. I'm doubting it would even come back to you unless it was
When I'm the least concerned about.
right. It's the subjective.
I'm reading every book in its entirety.
You may need to read some of the parts that maybe were concerning, or if there was, like, they would detail what the situation was. You'd get the materials from the committee, so you'd be able to see what was shared, and then from there you'd have an opportunity to discuss and make a determination.
Compensated for my day job while I sit at home and read these. I mean, this could be a significant ask, a very significant ask.
And that language is in there because that's what's in the law.
I have a question too. I noticed that minutes are to be taken at the both types of committees, and I'm curious if the names of the parents who are on these reviewing committees will be included on those for the public to see.
In the past, how we've done that is that we just said parent one.
Okay.
That there was not an identifier, but it was at least noted that it was a parent.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'll have difficulty getting parents to participate.
That's a good clarification. Thank you.
Regarding Nikki's question about appeals, I did have a question. The initial determination that's talked about, I think in E9. Yeah, upon receipt of a request for review, it lists who will be involved. 2 people, it sounds like, will make an initial determination related to a plausible claim that the material constitutes sensitive material. And then if a plausible claim is substantiated, then we move on to the review process. Regarding appeals, is there anything in this policy that would prevent someone from appealing the initial review?
It would prevent them from appealing the initial review?
So basically, can the initial review also be appealed?
Plausible one?
Yes.
I think that's just the gate through which it goes to either a subjective or an
Right.
objective committee. So it's just a cursory glance, like all of us have done in the past, to say, oh, I see this right here. This is problematic. Therefore, it is plausible. Therefore, we will move it on to the next committee. And so could somebody take issue with the initial plausible piece? I suppose they could, but it would have already triggered it moving to one or the other of the two committees.
I was thinking if it didn't pass the plausibility, it was stopped at that point, but that's not the case.
But that's where a challenge from a parent could come in as well.
So you're right, to that point, could they appeal? If a parent felt like, I think this is plausible and you're saying it's not, well, it would be upon those two objective or subjective criteria. And really, they would just be saying, I see this as being, it would be, is this objective or is it subjective? That ultimately is what a parent might challenge in the plausibility of where it goes next.
It doesn't stop the review process.
It doesn't stop
It
the
does
review
not.
process.
And I might add that language is almost verbatim from state law, starting in line 118 of HB 29. That process is outlined.
Mm-hmm.
And my understanding of the plausible, that initial review to see if it's plausible is to get the book off the shelf. If
That's right.
it's determined, yep, this is objective, it's still going to go through the review, but we're going to get it off the shelf first.
That's correct.
What's the purpose of H4? Let's see. The Jordan School District Board of Education may not enact rules or policies that prevent them from A, B. The school board, we can enact rules or policies for anything, right?
We can't break state law.
Right, anything that's within state law, but these two things, A and B, aren't law related.
Yeah, they're in the law.
That's written.
Revisiting a previous, okay.
They're right out of the state law.
You'll notice that it's a little, there's essentially saying you can't enact a policy that would prevent you from revisiting a decision.
For reference, Mr. Barnett, that's in HB 29, that's line 155 that's referencing, and it's again taken verbatim from the state law that would prohibit the LEA governing board to enact rules or policies preventing them from revisiting a previous decision.
Odd to me that had to be spelled out there. I mean, why would the Board of Education do something against the law?
Yeah.
Why would we implement a policy that goes against law?
Yeah, this may be a case where the law is just painting the red barn red and making sure that there's some redundancy there.
That's nice, the red barn red.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. No pun intended there with the red digital ink.
And in our red line, and which happens to be the one I'm looking at, there aren't live links, but when it says things like where to find the appeal form, I'm assuming those will be linked in the final document.
Yes, they are. And then they are live linked on the draft of the red line, the strike through language. Yeah.
No, this is the red line.
Oh.
It's at the end.
Yeah.
It's just not in the text.
It's in the
Keep going.
yeah, at the
Well,
very
no,
bottom.
I get that it's at the bottom, but usually we have a hyperlink inside.
Oh, I see what you're saying. We do. If you look at E5 has one for our Jordan District review or materials review form. That's a live link, and there's also a live link in C2A where it's referencing the literature review policy. And then there's a couple other that have live links to the law itself and the state board rule.
So then I would just request that H1, where we says the form may be found at, appeal request form become.
Oh, yeah, okay. We can do that. H1.
It is, I think, on the clean copy.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, on the
I'm
clean
only
copy.
looking at the red
So
line,
the clean
but-
copy has all of the live links. The
It's
red
not
line
live on
copy
the-
doesn't have any live links. I noticed that earlier
Well, it
today.
does. It has a
There
couple.
are-
I mean,
Has a couple.
He
It has
just
a
pointed
couple?
out that
Okay.
there are some, and I noticed that's one that doesn't.
Okay.
That's
The
a good
ones I
catch.
tried on the red line
Sure, it needs
were not
to
live.
be.
But, yeah, so it looks like they're all live on the clean draft.
Perfect.
That's a good catch. And we'll make sure that when we post it online with the other policies that we have them live.
I mean, not that I want that one to be used frequently, but far be it from me to prevent someone from finding what they want.
So any book that's removed, whether it's objective or subjective, gets reported to the state now, correct?
Yeah, it goes into a kind of repository of reported books, and as you know, we've talked about there, upon 3 LEAs, removing a book from their shelves would trigger all LEAs in the state to remove it from their shelves, and it also triggers a 30-day period, or is it 60-day period? I don't. That the State Board of Education can review and decide whether or not they're going to weigh in on whether or not it should be retained or removed.
And does that automatically go to the state board, or do they?
Once the three
Just
the
to-
3 LEA threshold is met, then it does go to the state board for their. They have the prerogative to choose to review or not review it.
So if the LEA is notified, the LEA removes a book, within 30 days, they could be told to put the book back, potentially?
I think the 30-day period is just for the state board to decide whether they're going to take it up, and then I think that would be a process after that, and so it might take some time for the USBE to actually decide whether or not that book is retained or removed.
I think it's an individual. Is it an individual state school board member who can?
Here's what it says. A state school board member may, within 30 days of notification of statewide removal, place removed material on an agenda of a full board meeting.
As part of the appeal process, H2, the Jordan School District Board of Education will review the appeal and vote in a public board meeting to decide the outcome of a sensitive material review appeal, clearly identifying A, the rationale for their decision, B, their determination on each component of any statutory or policy standards they use to reach their conclusions. So, we receive an appeal, and as a board, we have to review it and explain in pretty good detail why we reached a particular decision. I don't see that language for objective or subjective reviews. I would like the people who go through that process to be held to that standard as well. They need to provide the rationale for their decision and their determination on each component of any statutory. I mean, I'd like that same language applied to.
To the parent committees, so you want parents to come and defend their position to us?
Not defend it in person, but to write it out, why they came to that decision.
In addition to the minutes from their committee meeting? You want,
As part of their review, they should be required to tell the public how they came to that decision, rather than just saying, I vote to remove it, or I vote to keep it. They should be telling us why and how they came to that decision.
and you would like it to just be more clear than having it say minutes will be kept of those committee meetings?
I've only read one review, and I read the minutes, and I wasn't happy with what I read. It was not sufficient for me to get a good feeling that they had gone through the process properly. They didn't explain their rationale very well or at all, and they didn't point it back to any statutory or even this policy. They didn't point it back to, well, based on this policy or based on this portion of the law, this is why I chose to retain it, or this is why I chose or voted to remove it. Granted, I have only read through one, so maybe there are others that do a better job, but so I'm going to make a motion that we move H2A and B, that language.
Copy and paste, not move it. You still
I'm
want
sorry,
it there.
copy and paste, I'm sorry. So that those staff and parents who are going through the review process will be held to the same standard that we as a board are held to in expressing our decisions.
Will you explain where you're copying it to?
Yeah, so it would be in F and G, I guess. One of those. So F is the full review of the objective sensitive materials. So let's see, F. Maybe 6 or right after 6. Maybe there's a new number in there. And G. Maybe just a new number. Number 8, or maybe G8 and F8.
Is there anything on the
G8? I don't see
would be-
G8 on the clean.
Yeah,
That's what he wants to name it.
Oh, you want to name it G8?
it would be
Okay.
it'd be a new one, unless there's a better spot. But F8 and G8, copy and paste that. Copy and paste H2, A and B. Except 2 would have to be changed slightly so that it makes sense in those other contexts.
Are the minutes a public document?
They'd be considered public.
And do our minutes explain the rationale typically? Our minutes, I assume, would say what the decision was.
It probably depends on who is taking the minutes. You know, like,
Or how?
yeah.
I think there was I mean, and I'm just putting this in as an option to consider, but, and then we're happy to put that in G. G6 is the criteria used for rationale. So it goes down simply by the list. So that is the rationale saying this is why it would or would not. So you're asking for like an additional summary statement of G6, just for clarification.
Like you're wanting to know if it was.
Right, because that
Yes.
G
Didn't meet.
is technically the reasons that a material as a subjective material would have to, those are the criteria you'd use to go through the material. And so if it was rejected on those points, that might be why it was not kept. So that therefore that is the rationale why it wasn't kept. But I'm just to clarify, you're asking for more of a summary then of G6.
Yeah, when I'm looking at an appeal, I would like some detail as to why it was retained or rejected based on policy.
Ms. Goff, I don't know how. To me, I don't think we've committees have met under this
That's
policy
correct,
yet,
right.
and so I would think that the minutes would reflect
Right.
the rationale as Ms. Goff has stated. Because these are new guidelines, these are new laws that they have to follow in order to determine whether the material should be removed or not.
Is there anything that requires the minutes to contain what's required in the minutes?
So maybe what we should do is talk about how we train the person
Exactly.
keeping the minutes. Because I think that could be where the differences between detail in minutes is, it's dependent on the person who is actually keeping the minutes. So I don't know, is that what you want to do? Train the people keeping the minutes?
Not necessarily train them, but just have a checklist. This is what you need to have in the minutes. And one of those things, I think the one that I read through had the name of the book, of course, and those who are participating, and the conclusion.
The names of those participating,
in the review. Was it not on? Is that
I-
not
I-
part of the minutes?
that was something that I asked about, because I feel like when the person who is challenging the book can enjoy anonymity, I feel like the committee who is reviewing the book should also be able to depend on anonymity. Because, anyway, and so, as Ms. Goff said, they're usually referred to as parent 1, parent 2, parent 3. You want their names on the minutes?
I'm just trying to remember what I saw in the minutes that I read on that one review, and I thought the names of the people were on it. Are they not on?
I hope not,
Not listed?
if it's a public document.
Never seen the names on them that I've read.
Okay. I'm not advocating to put them on there. I just was trying to remember what was on the one that I read. And if they're not there now, I don't care if they're there later.
Want the detail in the
So
form.
you want to make sure the minutes say what the decision was and what the rationale for the decision was.
And you want it to reference
Policy.
policy. You want it to reference policy.
Policy or code.
Or just
or-
which one of these, A, B, C, or D?
Exactly. Yeah.
We determined that this material constitutes pornographic or indecent material because of A, B, C, or D.
Mm-hmm.
But I imagine that you are probably more interested, correct me if I'm wrong, in rationale for retaining a book more than rationale for removing a book.
Yes.
I am interested in both. If I
Oh,
have
I'm interested
to
in both, but
handle
I'm
that
more in the
appeal,
other
I
one.
want to know both.
Okay.
Because it
You
can
wanna
be
know.
appealed either way.
You want to know if it was removed, was it because of A, B, C, or D? Which one was it?
And then
Or
if
if it was retained, it was because it didn't meet A, B, C, or D.
You want just that, A, B, C, or D, or you want Y?
that is why, isn't it?
Why we didn't,
Well,
felt
I-
it was harmful to minors, or we felt it was.
You know, I think if our committees are trained properly under this new law, I don't think we need to go any further than that. I think if they're trained well enough to be inclusive in their minutes, I don't think we need to be specific about, the rationale or all that. It should be in the minutes. I would think all of that would be included in the minutes if they are trained accordingly.
Let's see then. Maybe we don't need to change anything. Just see how it goes the first few times, and if we're not happy with the minutes, then we can make adjustments. I guess the main reason I'm bringing this up is because the review that I read a year ago had some of this type of content in it that's listed. But the decision of the review committee was, we think, taken as a whole, that the rest of the content is beneficial. So we're going to overlook this sensitive material because there's a benefit to the student in reading the rest of the book. Is that scenario possible?
No.
So
No,
that
no.
was the law last year. That was the law.
If it contains any objectionable material, you don't have the option of retaining it.
Right. What about
Can't be
subjective?
reviewed as a whole at that point.
Only if it doesn't contain that material.
What
But
about-
parents are concerned with what it does talk about.
But whether it's objective or subjective, it cannot contain any of that information.
That's
any of
correct.
That
So
content.
if it contains any of that information, it is now objective. And
Yep.
it's gone based on the passage, not the book.
And that's Utah state law.
New law.
Passage or word, probably.
Yeah, and I understand that. I wanted to voice it publicly so that everyone who's listening understands that that's how the review process is going to be. It's different than it was. It's not, in my opinion, I think this book is worthwhile for students, even though it contains this information. And I'm also concerned that the review committees understand that that's their role. Their role is to look and see if it has any of that type of material in it, and if it does, the review's over.
Well, and I don't even think that objective material will make it to a committee. It will just go to that initial review that you talked about, the plausible evidence. So at that point, if our 2 district personnel read it and say, yep, that violates state law, then it's objective and it doesn't even go beyond that to a committee.
Is that how it works?
There is an objective committee, because those are the voices beyond the plausible that make that final
Oh,
determination. But that's exactly where it would stop.
But they don't have to read the entire book. They just have to read the passages that were
Or the word,
objective.
because it could be one word, you know.
I'm referring to the word passage as any quote from the book, however long. But that is, it's not in its entirety. The committee is not reviewing the full book.
That's correct.
I'm happy.
It doesn't change the fact that there's ambiguity in the definition in the law. There is still ambiguity, and so it will never be a black or white case that this violates the law. There's always going to be, well, I don't think it does, and I do think it does, because there is ambiguity in the definition of what is pornographic.
And this new law takes the appeals process from parents making the final decision to school board members making the final decision on an appeal. So that's one of the things that the new law does.
Do we know the number of books challenged in the 2023-24 school year?
Do you have that number on hand?
Question. I hadn't anticipated that question, but I don't believe there were any.
So it might go down from that.
Or up. I mean, you never know.
I don't know that it could go down.
Down.
Yeah.
I'd like to reverse appeal this.
Because I do think this is a stronger policy than what we had, and there is going to be an appeal probably, but I don't think that this is going to be so time consuming and so, that we have to labor a lot on it. And my question is, has other districts put together their policies yet? And does this one mirror pretty much? I haven't had the time to look
We
at
did look
theirs.
at that, and we did look at what other districts have. I know our general counsel, Ms. Flores, has looked at that, and it's similar in scope. And again, the law doesn't, it's pretty prescribed, right?
Yeah.
So
That doesn't change, yeah.
it shouldn't be very different from one district to the next.
And we can bring this back and modify it at any time.
There's
Chris?
little we can modify. Most
Yeah,
of this is
I
just
don't know
right
how
out
we
of state
could
law.
modify it.
We have no voice in a lot of this.
If you've noticed, almost the entire policy is red. Those cannot be modified.
Did USB ever do a model policy? Or
They
did we
did. They
just-
began with the previous iteration of the law, and it didn't end up coming to fruition. It was left in draft form.
Okay.
But there's been no model policy for the updated HB 29.
But it pretty much just follows code.
Right. Well, it makes it code.
It does follow code.
Yes.
Okay.
There were, was it 13 books that were removed
I think
then?
it was 16. What was it?
Yeah, on the
We have the
list. I
list
have
there.
13 or 16 books
Yeah.
that were
Do we
removed.
keep that list, or does the state keep that
I
list?
thought it was
The
16.
state keeps it, and then they'll notify the LEAs saying the following books are to be removed from the shelves, your shelves, and here are the districts that triggered the
We're
removal.
talking about the total from all of the 3 districts. There were 13.
Okay.
Yeah, I stand corrected. Sorry.
And we had
So-
already removed many of them.
Juniper Elementary, you mentioned, is going to be populating all their shelves
Mhm.
in their library. What do we have in place to prevent, if they're buying, 2,000 or 3,000 books, what is in place to prevent one of those 13 books coming in that order of, I don't know how many books.
All
a few
13 of
thousand.
those books were more like a high school level.
The
None
grade
of those
level.
books would have been ordered for an elementary school.
Well, let's assume it was a new high school then. What processes are in place to prevent those 13 and any future ones that are on that list from coming into the
All
school?
of the teacher librarians were made aware of those books. They've been removed from Destiny. They've been removed from any ebook selection. They're completely out of our system, and we've expected them to send any that they had on their shelves to us so that we know that it's accomplished. So I can't, I mean, so they know what the titles are, they know what the lists are. And if it was a new high school, for instance, and they were ordering series of books, we would just, again, say, just make note of the fact that these are not allowed in the library. Here are the list of this, that the state has removed. And so then they, just make sure that those things just aren't coming into their libraries. A lot of books are ordered in packages and series, and so if it was a case that any one of them had or met that title, they could do a search for it in the new materials that they were purchasing to make sure they weren't there.
I have a question on G7D, where it talks about dispose of or return the material identified for removal. Does our district have plans of how we're going to, what are we doing with these books?
They're sending them to us at the district level so that we are aware that they're out.
And then we just put them in a vault or something to
Yeah.
keep everyone safe
We're
from
going to
them.
wait till we have the books, and then we aren't allowed to sell them or to donate them. So we are looking at a way to properly surplus those books.
Properly.
That was one of the parts of the law that I've been really curious about, to see what is the process of what's going to happen with these books. So,
Can we give them to the Utah State legislators?
That's why I was curious too, if we have to wait through a state process, you almost have to hang on to them. You do. In case you get told to do something different with them, for at least a small period of time.
Yeah, that's correct.
Hang on to them.
Okay, so is everybody comfortable with this version? Is there any changes people want to see made?
Lots of changes, but none that we can make.
I'm still interested if there is interest among the board for doing something to prevent objectionable or objective sensitive material from ever making it onto the shelves. Something slips through. No one is responsible, right? How did that book get on the shelf? Our answer is no one in the district is taking responsibility for that book making it onto our shelves. Is that our stance?
So the only way to do that is to require someone to read every single book. So are you proposing that each librarian reads every single book?
I think there are other ways besides reading every single book. We have a list of 13 books that we can't put on our shelves by state law. I think there are other lists available out there besides that list of 13.
you mean like most banned books or something like that? Is that what you want to go off of?
I don't know what that. I've heard that there are lists that independent individuals or companies or groups maintain, and they've done reviews and they've indicated what's in the book. They've included passages. So a librarian could, in theory, get on a site like that and see that this book contains this passage, which is exactly what's going to happen when a parent reads it. They're going to see that passage, they're going to do a challenge, and they're going to put it in their challenge.
So our selection criteria under A already includes our criteria, and some red line language was added to 3 about age and developmental appropriateness and consideration of some of the other things. So we've made clear what our criteria is. I've talked to librarians, they do check other lists, just like you're talking about. I mean, there's tons of different lists, tons of different opinions out there. I do know ones that are checking, and even coalitions of librarians that between all of them are trying to read all the books and flag things. So I really think our librarians are doing the best they can at this. I think if we...
And given the heightened scrutiny this year,
I think
and the
they're
legal
being very
definition
careful.
moves.
Now, if we find out that someone is knowingly ordering banned books, yes, we can take administrative action now. I think that's the clear violation of policy.
I also feel hesitant to say, oh, you didn't do your job if you didn't check a list, unless we're saying, here are
Here's the
the
list.
websites that you are allowed to check. Because we all know that there are biases on the internet, and that just because you read it there doesn't mean that that is the case. And that there are times when you're going to step on a landmine very innocently. So if we're looking at something punitive, like, oh, you messed up, so now you have this form of demerit, I would far prefer we go to a district book list than to have every librarian on the chopping block every time they do their job. I believe that there is humanity, and we need to be graceful about that.
And I agree with that. And based upon the number of books challenged last year, I think the librarians did that the years before, when this became a hot subject, that they were already going through and saying, you know, is that a book that should be on there? I've talked to a lot of them, and they don't want to put bad things on the shelves. The problem is that gray subjective area that one person might say is okay and another might not. And the state cleared that up on the back end. I wish they would have cleared it up on the front end, and then that would solve your concern.
I'm more concerned about the objective.
Okay, so any specific changes to the policy as it's written? We want to vote on it at our next board meeting. Okay, we'll go ahead and plan to have it on the agenda for the next meeting. Do you want it back in study session again, or just vote in business?
I wouldn't mind having it back. It can be brief if we need to, but the public gets an opportunity now to take the next couple of weeks and reach out to us, and I'd like to be able to voice that before we vote if people reach out.
Well, they'll also get the opportunity to speak
Yeah.
as we're voting on it, and we don't
For
have
sure.
to vote. We can always table the vote, too. Okay. Okay, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Goff and everyone in your department that worked on this. We appreciate that. Dr. Anderson, our board review committee that spent some time looking at it also. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to take a break. We will start back up in about 10 minutes.
I figured out a way to cut these meetings down almost by half. We all
didn't know you did
3
that.
in the next 3 months.
I didn't know.
Okay, welcome back. This is the study session of the Jordan School District Board of Education. It's August 13th, 2024, and we have all 7 board members present. We are now on agenda item D, review of Title IX policy. This is a discussion that we started at our last meeting. Started reading over Title IX, and we are back with just a few more changes. This is a new policy and a very legal policy. Lots of legal language in it. So, Dr. Anderson, do you have anything to start out with on this?
Only just that I think we've updated that as per the board's request, and it's reflective of the board's discussion. As is the case with the previous discussion, we don't have a lot of latitude because a lot of what's in this policy is prescribed by law or by federal law. And we're happy to entertain any questions or discussions on it, but just appreciate the work of Ms. Flores on this policy. And it's as a reminder for those listening, this is putting into a policy because of the injunctions in the court, the current state of where we are with the 2024 regulations that were proposed. There's an injunction on those, and so this is putting into policy what is now in effect, which is that we're following the 2020 regulations.
So I have a question. So we have DP 358, which is employee discrimination and harassment, and also AS 94, student discrimination and harassment. Do we keep those two policies, and then this is in addition to those?
I'm so glad you brought that up because we're going to have to connect and tether those two policies that you just outlined to this new policy. So once this is passed, then we can connect, and there will be some language updates that reflect in both AS 94 and 358.
Okay, so we'll pass this, then we'll go back and change the language in those.
Yeah,
Precisely.
specifically what we'll do is we'll separate the Title IX infractions from the non-Title IX infractions, given that the definition under Title IX 2020 is so high.
What were those two? DP 358? What was the other?
358 and AS 94. 358 is employee discrimination and harassment, and AS 94 is student discrimination and harassment.
So this policy doesn't say anything about the issue of a student requesting to use a bathroom not his or her biological sex. This policy doesn't address that.
No.
No.
One of those other two?
No.
Okay.
Now, those are harassment. One is the employee side and one is the student side for harassment policies.
Isn't part of Title IX that issue?
Not the 2020 regulations. That's actually state law. So it's not, it is covered under the 2024 Title IX regulations, but those are enjoined in the state of Utah.
They're probably coming.
So where is our policy that?
You mean like bathroom policy?
Bathroom policy.
It's not in policy. We believe that we're in compliance with the state law, with state law 257 as it's codified in the Utah state statutes, but it's not in either our Title IX policy or our conduct policy.
We've trained our administrators on the bathroom policy as it's called, and we do have forms that go along with that our administrators are using when an issue arises.
Have we had people apply for privacy permits?
Privacy, yeah, we've had multiple schools have safety plans and privacy plans as outlined. Yeah, privacy plan. Yes, there have been multiple in the district. We don't keep track of them necessarily, but as they bring them to their principals and they bring them to their administrators of schools, we talk it through and we provide them with the resources they need.
And just a reminder, those privacy plans are afforded to people who have concerns about bullying as well as who have concerns about bathroom usage.
I just had one question. In the policy, Melissa Flores' name and phone number is part of the policy, and I'm questioning if that should be in policy.
Yes, so I don't know if you remember the long flow chart that I brought last time. One of the administrative responsibilities as part of our administrative commitment to Title IX is to widely advertise the name of the Title IX coordinator. And it doesn't say just the Title IX coordinator, it says the name, the contact number, address, email, all of that. And one of the places that is the most obvious is in policy. You'll see in future weeks, you'll see it posted on websites. You'll see it posted on school websites. So we're going to be meeting our obligations that way.
I had a similar question. I just thought she was just wanting to, stake her
No,
name and
I
claim,
don't.
but no,
That's not what
it
it
is
is.
prescribed by law.
Trying to make sure you stayed with the district because we
Yes.
have to change our policy.
Yeah, it's in black and white.
That's
now,
right.
Melissa.
I am glad it's her name and not my name on there, but it's,
And that was going to be my other question. If we go to Jordan School District's website and someone puts sexual harassment in the search bar,
So we're actually
it.
we are updating the website. So we're going to have a very interactive Title IX website. And the reason for that is now that we have this policy and we'll soon have this policy published that is super prescriptive, very clunky and full of legal language, we want to have a good website where parents can go to sort of decipher what all of that means. So we'll have a lot of plain language definitions. We will have on the main website, we're still deciding where, but on the main website and on all schools' main website, a direct link to that Title IX landing page so that parents can get a little bit more, I guess, reader-friendly information about what each step of that policy means.
and I really appreciate in the policy just having it, talks a lot about providing resources and support to the person, the complainant. I really appreciate that.
And in the regulations, those supportive measures are available, and we are required to offer them to both the complainant and the respondent.
Okay, is there any questions about the policy?
Thank you for including my suggestion.
You're welcome.
I
And
had-
we went in and we made sure to go in and put the table of contents. So if someone wanted to know specifically if they received a letter and it said something about emergency removal, they can just click right on that table of content and go straight down to where it is.
Perfect.
A general question about Title IX. Mr. Anderson opened this conversation saying federal law. Is Title IX actually considered law?
It is. It was passed by Congress. It is a law.
It was passed by Congress in
It was
1972.
1972.
But it's been amended by the executive branch. Is that right?
It went through the notice of proposed rulemaking in 2018 under the direction of then President Donald Trump. And it went through the notice of proposed rulemaking, went through all of the process in order to codify it in the federal regulations.
And there's also been a number of court
cases as
so
well.
where they have interpreted it. So, for example, much of the Title IX for athletics has developed not by the executive branch. It's been the courts who have decided what Title IX means.
Yeah. So every time we change presidents, 4 or 8 years, Title IX changes based on executive orders. Is that
That
correct?
has only happened since the Trump administration. So the Trump administration was the first administration to actually go through the notice of proposed rulemaking to set new federal regulations. And they did that with the 2020 regs that we're looking at now. Because it went through the whole notice of proposed rulemaking so that it would carry the full effect, force and effect of law, when the new administration came in, there were the biggest issue was the comments that they got was that it was so prescribed and it didn't have sort of avenues for K-12 to look at the grievance process differently than post-secondary. And then of course there were issues about coverage and protection. So the Biden administration issued a notice of proposed rulemaking to adjust those. So this back and forth has only been in place since 2018 in the Trump administration. Before that, it had been over 49 years before with no action.
From 72 to 2020.
From 72 to 2018.
2018.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there had been, of course, decisions. There was a decision in 1999 about deliberate indifference with the Supreme Court. So there have been court cases, but there had not been a change in the regulatory framework.
Yeah.
But I do think it's fair. Yes, it's gone through the rulemaking process now twice and is now in the courts as to whether or not, even though that those rulemaking processes were followed, whether or not it's effective. And that may be an issue that we have to deal with on a regular basis depending upon the outcome of various elections.
But it is not a short process.
And again, with all of this, Congress could go in and amend Title IX at any point. It's just Congress is at loggerheads with each other, right? They don't go in and make changes. That would be the case with IDEA, with a number of laws where educators have sort of even identified things that aren't necessarily partisan one way or the other, but nobody is getting anything done because legislation just isn't being passed or amended.
Yeah, and as I was saying, it's not an easy process. It was quite lengthy. From 2018 to 2020 is when the Trump administration was going through its process with Title IX, and then from 2021 until 2024 is when the Biden administration was. So it's a pretty complex process with with notice periods for comments and hundreds and thousands of comments that come in from advocacy groups and parents and others. So it's quite lengthy.
It's just a little frustrating that we're calling something law that didn't go through Congress, that didn't go through the legislative branch of government. It originated from the executive branch, went through a lengthy process, whatever that entails. I don't know if it's a constitutional process. I don't remember seeing anything in the Constitution about that process. But yeah, it's just frustrating that whether it's Trump or Biden or the next president, they can take a law that was passed by Congress and massage it and go through some loopholes and some process and come out the other end bypassing the people that we elected to make laws. And that's just a statement. I'm not asking for...
Okay, so is there any other questions on this? Are you ready to vote on it at our next meeting?
Yes.
Okay, we'll add it to the agenda for our next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, our next agenda item is cell phone policy. Just to recap, we started this discussion in January. That's when we had our first discussion about having a potential cell phone policy. We hired Lighthouse to gather feedback from our community through surveys and through focus groups to kind of get a feel for what the community thought on that. We've had a couple of people email us about reading the book, The Anxious Generation by Jonathan Haidt. I would just like to let everybody know that all board members do have a copy of that book, and a few of us have read it already, and I know a lot of people within our district are reading it. Board members are joining you in that process. So at our last meeting, we looked at Lighthouse feedback. We had a lot of good discussions about various things. We did decide as a board that we do want a separate cell phone policy. We don't want it to be part of the dress and appearance policy. That we wanted to be able to provide some clarity. We asked staff to come back with some information about pouches and we talked about potential education for students and parents, potentially doing a pilot versus a full rollout. So we discussed several things, and now we are circling back today. Dr. Anderson, we'll let you start. There are a couple of draft policies on there, and shout
very
out
clever
to
in the numbering of them.
To the numbering of them, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, we wanted to give it some flair. So policy AA801. I was informed that AA435 is already taken, but go with it for the purposes of this discussion. So, and I was also notified that 801 can't technically be an AA policy. It doesn't go that high. So, but you as the board could probably do whatever the heck you want.
The renaming of the policy will happen no matter what, but we can work from there. I appreciate the 435 and 801 represent
starting points, and we believe they reflect the board's previous discussions on, and each represent elements that were discussed. And I want to emphasize our starting point because much like we bring boundaries to the board, you may have options A, B, and C, and it's never A, B, or C. It's always, D or G or whatever down the line. And so this represents a starting point, but there are central questions that we would like to, once we have kind of a direction of 435 or 801 or anything in between, the questions then would become, well, when do we want to restrict it? And that's outlined in either of those policies. What level do we want to restrict at? And then after that, or do we want to restrict it all at this point? Or is it a question of further education, whatever we choose to do? But the question after that would become, how would we then operationalize it? What are the tools what do we need to be able to operationalize it to give teachers and administrators what they need to carry it out? So with that, we're open for questions on either side and then a discussion that follows with that.
Okay, questions? Is there specific information anybody's looking for first, or are you ready to make proposals?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Me too.
Me too.
We're gonna have a lot of motions today.
So then let me speak. I am grateful for the 2 weeks to digest fully the Lighthouse material and to reach out to my community. I have had some wonderful conversations with my community. My question all along, as I have voiced, is do we have parental support? Because if we don't have student support and parental support and teacher support and administrative support, this is just not gonna make a difference. And I just wanted to make sure that the parental support was there. And I reached out to several in my community, and I just think the one thing that we all agree on, even students, is that cell phones in school are a distraction. And that everyone is saying something needs to be done, but no one knows what needs to be done. So I would like to make the motion that this board adopts the stance that our schools K through 12 are phone-free schools. And that the details are coming, and we'll work out all the details that are coming, but that we start with the statement and the stance that our schools are phone-free schools, and we'll figure out all the details, but that's what I would like to propose, is I move that this board takes the stand that our schools, K through 12, are phone-free schools all day long.
So would that be the new 801 draft?
Yep.
Are you moving that we adopt or move
Nope,
forward
I am
with
moving that we take the stand that that's our general position, and that's what they're asking for, is take a general position, and then we can start moving with the details in that. But until we take a position, do you want a partial day? Do you want an all day? What is it you want? My motion is that we take the stand that it's an all day position and that our schools are phone-free schools.
I will second that, with the caveat that it's always easier to loosen up than to tighten up.
Is it really easier?
Yes.
If we started in class only and then wanted to move to full?
Full, and then open up lunch.
Was your proposal, Bryce, then if I'm a high school kid and I want to check my phone in between class periods, that would be a no?
Your phone is not allowed at school in general. Now, we'll work out the policy, we'll work out the details, we'll work out the emergencies. I have a son who controls his hearing aids on his phone. There's always going to be some issue. But in general, our general policy is no, phones are not allowed at school.
So it will be difficult for me to support that motion without understanding how it will be enforced. because I am absolutely opposed to complete censorship. I am not interested in locking up a student's phone as they walk through the door and treating them like they are guilty before proven innocent.
And I am in favor of locking up a student's phone as they walk into a building and just treating them as kids. And I've been thinking about this. One thing that was mentioned was the cost of pouches, how it's $30 per student. And I've thought about the opportunity cost from cell phones, where I brought my calculator because I've just been thinking about it. If a middle school teacher spends 10 minutes of each class period asking students to put away their phone, or they're repeating what they've just taught, repeating instructions, and then each middle school teacher has maybe 6 classes if they just have one prep, then that's an hour a day that they are spending. And then if we do that times about 200 days of school, that's 200 hours times about 50 teachers for every middle school. That's what's 200 times 50? That's like about 10,000 minutes times 13 schools. So that would be like 130,000 minutes.
How does that apply to
So
holidays and lunches?
Well, I would just like to have the cell phones put away for the whole day. I think that putting it all on students to manage it when and how, and I feel like if students do want to talk on their cell phone or look at their cell phone, they can, if it's an open campus, they can open the pouch and go outside during lunch.
So you
Or on
would
their way
have
to a seminary.
It'd be a nightmare. You'd have to have.
access at all times.
How do
What?
they open the pouch? They have to go back to the office.
I thought that the magnetics were by the door, and people just.
We man them, right?
There's probably numerous ways to do it. You could have them by the door. You could have them on a table. Schools that I saw had them on tables. They were secured to the tables. They'd bring them out at beginning of the day or at lunch or whatever.
Or they could just go through the office and ask to do it on their way.
Well, I
through.
thought we decided not to do the pouches in our last meeting. Is this back open?
No, we
again?
have not made any decisions.
We hadn't made any decisions, but I agree with Bryce that I would like to take a school day ban as the starting point. So I think we've been paying our teachers to ask students to put their cell phones away, and I would rather pay them to give instruction during that 10 minutes every class period and pay the initial startup cost and then the replacement cost throughout the year for the pouches.
So if we pass this policy, teachers are not going to have to tell kids to put their stuff. Is that what you're saying? Because it hasn't worked with the dress code, and they're still going to have to administer the policy. This policy itself will not do away with the problem with the teacher administering the policy.
I think if we're going to say no phones at all in our schools, we can say it. I don't think it will change behavior. I think we need to be more specific in outlining, here's, you violate once, here's the consequence, violate second, here's the consequence. I've had the opportunity to talk to a lot of administrators and we've heard from a lot of teachers too. And they are hoping for clarity and consistency across all of our schools.
As far as consequences,
Yeah.
so the school board decide the consequences for all of the schools.
Or just, give them instructions on.
That was
Because-
actually said in the Lighthouse surveys. In the focus groups that I attended, they said there is no consequences. Until there's a consequence, nothing will change.
I mean,
So I think
Consistent. There are consequences. There have to be consistent.
consistent consequences.
Right.
Thanks
Because,
for the clarification.
we've already had a no phone in the class, but some enforce it and some don't, and some do it different ways, and it hasn't been effective. So I think we need to be clear.
And to be clear, I believe all that's coming, but we have to start with a vision. And what is our vision? And that's why my motion is that our vision, to be clarified and worked out the details, is, as a starting point, is, in general, we want phone-free schools.
Talk about when that's coming then.
As we work out the policy. We're not writing the policy today. We're just starting with.
Okay, that's
we've
my
taken-
question. So we're not working out any details today. Your motion is we just announce that we're phone free.
Because this is the last meeting before school starts, and I would like everyone to know that the school board voted that they are on board with this type of general vision, and all the details are coming. Whether or not we buy pouches, whether or not there's an exception, how we do it at lunch. I think we owe it to them to give them a vision of where we're going, and to create an expectation of students that we believe that when you come to school, this is sacred instruction time, and that we don't want you to be distracted. That's what I'm calling for, is can we say, this is my vision, and we're going to work out the details in coming board meetings. Rather than, well, let's wait till it builds, and we'll see what the building looks like at the very end.
So, like Mr. Dunford, I have spent hundreds of hours in significant thought about this. And I've really had to will it back, because the question of, are there negative outcomes to cell phone use, is an obvious yes. We know this. My question is, what is the role of a school board? And what did my constituents elect me to this position to do? And I've really put a lot of soul searching into that question. And I think the answer is provide students with excellent educational opportunities. I don't believe it is my job to determine family values. I don't believe it's my job to take away parents' ability to make decisions with their children. And when I say, sorry folks, you have chosen to send your child with a cell phone, and I am going to go ahead and veto that choice, I think that we're stepping outside of our lane. I do believe that in an instructional environment, absolutely. That is no question. That is where we should be controlling the focus and attention of a child. But I have found as a mother that when my answer is because I said so and I'm the mom, my kids will find a way out of that. They will resist, they will rebel. And when I give them a space and the support that they need in order to make good decisions for themselves, they thrive. And I feel like in an environment where I say, come on, give me the cell phone. It's locked up. That's it. Whether you're good or bad, whether you want to follow the rules or not, same rule applies for everyone. I don't think that we're inviting our students to rise. I think that we're treating them like they don't have the ability to judge for themselves. And so I would far prefer an individualized approach. And for me, what that looks like is a student who requires additional support should have access to those supports. We can make an accommodation for a kiddo who doesn't have the impulse control. So if your cell phone is seen, then I think there should be a clear, simple path that a teacher can immediately implement with very little time out of their day and very little administrative support. So I saw your cell phone. Sorry, pal. We're going to go ahead and lock it up, and you'll have another chance tomorrow, is a really comfortable thing for me because it comes with natural consequences. That child now knows what it feels like to not have access to their phone when they need it. But all of the students didn't have to have that consequence, and I really feel like an all-out ban is going to create loopholes where kids are trying to get around the rule. And so that is why I am not in favor of the proposal that has been made.
So you are in favor of no phones in the classroom.
No phones during instructional time, with a clear procedure and a simple procedure for teachers to implement universally across the district.
So when you say instructional time, you mean like when the teacher is giving instructions and a lesson?
When the student is working with a teacher in a classroom. So no cell phones in classrooms.
Okay, thank you.
There's no free time activities on cell phones across the board. No cell phones in classrooms. And I think adults need to model the behavior. And I think that should also be dictated.
My position is more in line with Nikki's, I think. Just classroom time is a no phone zone. You know, we listened to some Acadience data today, and outside of first grade maybe, everything else was improving. So it's obvious to me by that cell phones aren't a big enough distraction in the elementary school level, you know, K through 4 or K through 6, to be a concern for the students' ability to learn because they're learning. We received a report last December from superintendent where he indicated graduation rates and a variety of other academic metrics. And most of them were within range or going up, or they were satisfactory. Our graduation rates were good, which is an indication to me that cell phones at the high school level haven't been a big enough distraction for the student to cause him or her not to be able to learn something or to graduate. It's almost 100% within the control of the parents and the students to self-monitor this. But I guess from my perspective, we're stepping in on behalf of the teacher. The distractions that it causes during the school time is a problem for the teachers. They don't have as much time to teach. They have to reteach something. The flow of the lesson gets interrupted. Those types of things. So I just wanted to frame that from my perspective, that we're stepping in on behalf of the teachers. We're not stepping in my opinion, on behalf of the students for the most part, because they're still learning, they're still graduating, they're still getting good scores. Yeah, and so that's kind of why I'm in line with Nikki. Is it's a class time thing. We're stepping in on behalf of the teachers. If the students want to use their cell phones outside of the teacher environment, it's fine with me.
So I kind of lean the same way, but I think we're rushing it. I think we're going to be in a lot of trouble here, because in the Lighthouse focus groups I heard, the parents will give a pretty good fight back on this if they're not on our side. And we have not, we've surveyed them, and we had Lighthouse focus group with them, but we've had no open houses. We were doing this in the summertime when their attention's not on it. I'm not ready to vote on any kind of proposal. I want to be able to take the problem out to the community. The problem is our phones are distracting the educational process, and work with solutions with the community, not just come up with something and throw it down, because this is a big deal. I remember with the dress code, we took it to the school community councils. We took it to focus groups and open houses, and we have not done that, and I think we should.
I already have plans to do so.
And that's great. I would much rather have a letter go out right now. This is a big distraction. We're very concerned with it. The board's working. Your educators are very concerned also. Could you help us in finding a solution? And have that go out now before the school begins, or first week, and then continue to work on this for at least 6 months. Maybe a mid-year policy or a next year policy. I'm interested to see the people who've gone with a total ban and the results of that also.
And so I feel like there are things that have been banned from school as a whole district. You know, like any kind of facsimile of a weapon or martial arts thing or any fireworks. And I'm not saying that a cell phone has the same potential for physical harm as those things. But when we talk about parents get to choose what their students bring to school, there might be parents that think their child should be able to bring a pocket knife to school. And yet we
I think you're
still
talking about something
have
totally
decided
different.
to say, well, even if that is your family value, to always carry a pocket knife, when you come to school, we have a rule. And I feel like even if it's a family value to carry a cell phone with you at all times, when you come to school, I think it's okay for the district to say, hey, at school, we just want to have the optimal learning environment for our teachers and students.
Willing to say a pocket knife is equal to a phone. Sorry, that's
And
not me.
I think I am not afraid to say that in the future those steps might be necessary. But I'm really uncomfortable with taking the first step down the road and going to the most restrictive environment that we can provide. I'm really uncomfortable with the kind of totalitarian approach that we are considering when we say zero, that nothing. I think not only are we going to get pushback, I don't think we are supplying our community with graduates who are prepared for the workforce, because they have not learned when the stakes are small how to self-monitor. And now they're an adult and they lose their job.
So do you think that we will not get pushback for going to a less restrictive cell phone policy? Do you feel like there will be less pushback if we decide to go with a classroom only, no cell phone policy, or you think there will be less pushback?
I certainly do. And I feel like we're going to maintain relationships between students and teachers, between parents and administration, and between board members and their constituents.
I think it's a much easier sell to a parent to explain no phones in the classroom as opposed to no phones on campus.
But that's been in the policy already.
But with no
and
district-wide enforcement.
None of us even knew that.
Let's hear. We haven't heard from Marilyn or me yet. So
okay.
Do you want to share where you're at with this?
Well, I guess I do. I'm for an all-out ban. And the reason is, I've heard from several of my constituents that the time in between classes and lunchtime, that's when a lot of the bullying goes on. I've heard from several of my constituents that have had personal experience with bullying, and it takes place during lunchtime and between classes. One teacher got in touch with me and said that, you know, they tried to break up a fight at school, tried to get into the students who were fighting, and he had to push his way through all of the people recording it on their cell phones. Those kinds of things don't have a place in the educational setting. They just don't. And as far as Nikki's argument about an all-out law for everybody, well, you know what? We have speed limits, and it's not for everybody. I keep the speed limit, but it's a law, and, you know, it's in place to keep everyone safe. And maybe you don't think that that really applies here, but, you know, a law that is for the good of everyone, I think works. I'm for an all-out ban. I'm thinking of the teachers. I'm thinking of the students. And I would hope that parents would get on board. That's my opinion.
So I'm at a hybrid. I actually really like Granite's policy that they just passed in elementary and middle schools is an all-out ban. So bell to bell, no phones out in the hallway in the classroom. And then in high schools, it's in the classroom, no phones, but in passing periods you can have them. And I could move to an all-out ban in high schools too. My thought was, let's go incremental. Let's tackle middle schools and then move up to high schools from there. I do think that just saying we're going to ban phones and that's it, we lose some credibility and cause a lot of frustration. I think unless we're ready to, say what that's going to look like and how that's going to look, it doesn't accomplish anything. And I know school starts next week and there's kind of some urgency there. I'm not afraid to pass a new cell phone policy in September. I'm okay with that if we have to. If we have to do that. The other thing I would like to do is make some money available if we have some middle schools that want to pilot the pouches. I'd love to see that in a couple of our middle schools. Okay, so we have some all-out bans. We have some just during instructional time. We have a don't do anything yet, we're not ready. And we have a
Hybrid.
all-out a hybrid for elementary, middle, and then high school. Okay.
Should we vote?
we
There is a motion on the table.
So, and the motion on the table is just to state right now, all-out ban, but no information on what that's going to look like.
Because we're committed to doing it.
I
Don't
thought-
take this as a word only. We are just saying, this is what the building looks like, and now we're gonna go build it, rather than wait till we build it and then see what it looks like.
Can you restate your motion then? Because I understood it differently.
That all Jordan School District schools from K-12 are phone-free schools. That's our expectation. That's what the building looks like.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on that. Is there a discussion to that motion?
Part of the process that was mentioned is, talking to constituents, town hall, or what did you call them?
Town halls and open houses.
Open houses. To receive comment from our constituents and parents on this. It seems like a few months ago we were talking about whether or not to hire Lighthouse to do some surveys. And one of the options was to hire them, and one of the options was to do some surveys and just kind of gather the information ourselves. Now we've done the Lighthouse, and we're saying we are going to do this other part now because the Lighthouse data wasn't enough.
Oh, in terms of mine?
As far as gathering more opinions from our constituents, I thought Lighthouse was supposed to solve that problem.
That was my understanding too, that we decided not to do the process that we'd done. We decided to go this other process instead.
But now, are we thinking that we need the input of our constituents more than we did?
That's what Daryl is suggesting.
I always believe that. I believe that we're hired by our patrons to have a process that's open where they can weigh in. When you survey, not everyone, especially if you don't have a kid in school and they still care, got a survey. And for Lighthouse, they didn't pick it. And in cases like this, and if you go back in double speed, or you could do 3 speed of the last meeting, we said this would be something similar to the dress code standard. And that took a year. It took 2 years, I think. And we went through the process of gathering information and talking to people. And so Lighthouse was really to give us a barometer, in my eyes, what the problem is, some ways to begin to look at solving it. But you look at it, we're all over the place on how we want to solve it. We have 7 different opinions are sitting on the table right now. I'm not ready to do anything if the board's not even united. This is not going to work. what I would like is a letter to go out that this is a big concern and we're going to continue to study this and get it right. And we want, during instruction time, no cell phones out there. That's our stance. How we do that is widely disagreed with here. So I'm not ready to vote yes on this proposal. I would be willing to send a letter out or make notice to students, parents, teachers that what we would like, because I think we're in agreement what we want. We're not in agreement with how to do it.
Yeah, I've received several, probably more emails in the last couple of weeks on this topic.
I agree. I did too.
I did too, but they were all from teachers. I never received one
Mine
parent.
No,
Mine were
most of
from
mine were
parents.
I'm just saying for me, I never got a parent. And some teachers are parents too.
I'm
but
sure you did because you were copied on some of the
Hold
same
on,
ones I
hold
was
on.
from parents.
I
Vast
don't
majority
remember
of the
parent.
parents that responded or that emailed me were in favor of some form of restriction rather than nothing at all. I think there were maybe 2 that said, I want my child to be able to have a cell phone at school in all situations. But
Well, I think every one of us agrees that there should be some limitations.
And well, I think I'm a little hesitant to say, let's start over and start surveying, but I am very hesitant to, in a study session where we haven't had an opportunity even once to hear public comment, to make a motion and a decision for such a big piece of this formula.
That's where I am.
So while I don't want to go that far down the road to open it up to surveying and whatnot, I really would like to make a decision sooner. I am not comfortable voting on a motion tonight.
Make it clear, I did not say I want surveys.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. I'm just going to speak against the motion just because I think it will cause lots of frustration with our administration and our teachers. To just say we've passed this policy that there's no phones in schools when we don't tell them anything else. So I'm going to oppose it based on that, but it doesn't mean I'm opposed to ban on cell
Can I
phones.
make a substitute motion then? So I make a motion that we, as a board, send out a united letter to parents and teachers and students that this is a great concern and that we are studying this, and we would love them to, number one, self-control or whatever, however we want to state that. We want their help in solving this, and we hope to be able to pass a good policy in the next few months or whatever.
would you expect the results of that input to differ much from the results of Lighthouse?
No, that's what I was saying. That's public comment.
I'm not
That's what I consider
sure.
public comment, was
I'm
the
not sure
Lighthouse.
what they would differ or not, but I think you would get more people to buy in, and it would really change people. If you force a policy down with no input and nobody having, you kind of did this in the summertime, I think you're going to have less buy-in than when you make it an open process.
So let me clarify, is your substitute motion to send out a letter with no position, just let people know that it's a problem and we're working on it and we want their feedback?
We're working on a solution.
Does anyone second that motion? Okay, there's no second, so back to the main motion.
So can I ask Dr. Anderson a question? So one of the things that I think the board, I know I specifically, I thought it might have been direction given to come up with possible costs involved with managing cell phones, and also if there were any other alternatives and the costs associated with those. Do you have any information for us in that regard? Because I know it was short, like not very long ago.
We do have a few products. Some are similar to the ones we showed last time, and I have a couple of updates on that, and John can probably help me with that as well.
Thank you.
So we did some price checks with the vendors. We did not go through any procurement process, just checking with vendors on what their price points might be. So depending on whether or not it is a district-wide thing where a pouch is purchased district-wide, or if there's just a school, price points will change. And we'll have to go through the formal process to do that. But let's see, the one that Dr. Anderson's holding in his left hand is a Faraday pouch. It blocks all signals, has a Velcro. That one has a list price of $6.99 per pouch. We actually got that for less because it's off Amazon, and if you click twice, then it thinks you might not.
So it doesn't,
Yeah.
it doesn't lock, it just Velcros,
Right.
Just Velcro. Yeah.
which is disruptive during class.
So yeah, the idea there is you hide away the phone. The phone receives no signals, so there's no alarm, no sounds or activity. And then, but if a student opens it, there's noise.
Therefore,
noticeable
you don't
noise.
let them open them. I mean, that's easy
Yeah.
solution.
That's
You
the
have to
idea on
put
that
your
one.
watch in there too, like will
That
it
one
block
would have a
your
hard
watch's
time fitting
signals?
watches in, but because it is a Faraday, there are signal blocking, so you couldn't get Bluetooth.
So my watch isn't gonna get it because it's
Right,
in, my
right.
phone is in
It
there.
turns your watch into a not so smart watch.
Every kid would put their,
Unless your watch has cellular.
Yes.
Yeah, if your watch has cellular, then then it'd have to go in.
Yeah. Or any of your other
Okay.
devices. Yeah.
So then, what do you want to go next to?
These are also Faraday, right? These
Yep.
types here.
These two are both Faraday. They're from the same company. They're called Go Dark pouches. This one has straps on the back to attach to a desk, so it just stays at the desk, and the students put it in on the desk, and they can take it out as they leave. Put it in and take it out as they come in and out of class. It also blocks all the signals. That one is $18 a pouch.
Sorry, you cut out. What was it?
18. The smaller one that does not attach to the desks is 15.
Faraday doesn't cut cellular service.
It does, but
Does.
but I think what Mr. Dunford was saying, if you have a watch or another device that's receives cellular signals on its own, independent of the phone, then you'd have to do something about that as well.
But if
If
it
you wanted
connects.
to.
Normally, the watch connects to the phone and uses the phone's signal to function. Mr. Dunford has a next level watch that has cellular function. So independent of the phone, it can still receive a signal.
But if the watch is in the bag, it can't.
Right.
The watch can.
That's right. Nothing in the bag can receive a signal.
Those bags, the envelope style pouch would be probably wouldn't be able to fit much more than a phone in that one. These Go Darks, you might be able to fit a couple more in there.
So then next is the Yonder pouch with the locking mechanism. Yonder did tell us if there's a high quantity bulk order. And so just to try to get fair pricing, comparable pricing on these, we did a 20,000 unit order as a baseline. They said they would drop the price to $25.50
I think
per pouch. And the locks are $100 each. But they also have required training that they would require be implemented, and there's a price tag on that of $8,500.
I think for the implementation. I think the other thing that we found out this week from confirmed with Yonder was they only cater to schools and districts that are willing to do what they refer to as a tier 1 implementation. Tier 1 implementation meaning that it is an all or nothing proposition. They don't want their pouches to be used as punishment, any punitive measures or enforcement measures. They believe that a tier 1 where everybody puts the phone in at the beginning of the day and then unlocks it once the day is through, that's their tier 1, that's their definition of tier 1, is the most effective way. they've cited other examples where they've tried to implement a tier 2 or a tier 3 approach, various types of enforcement using the pouches, and they don't seem to think those have been sustainable. That's what they told me. And so that's why they only sell to schools and districts willing to implement a tier 1 approach.
Yonder also has a Velcro pouch similar to the other two other Velcro pouches, although it is not, Yonder's is not a Faraday pouch, so signals will still come through. But the idea on the Velcro one is that if a student that has medical needs or something, they can still have it and have access to it, but the teacher's going to know it with the Velcro.
I did a quick Google search on how to break into a Yonder pouch just to see what our kids are going to be looking up, and a lot of talk about slam it real hard on a desk. It'll open right up for you.
So, Ms. Dean, you also asked about other items. Last time there was some conversation about lockers, but not much. Lockers are significantly higher priced, and they would also require some installation and other things. So we didn't go much further on that, but if the board wants us to go further on individual lockers for classrooms, we can.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And were there any other ideas or thoughts about how to implement a cell phone ban without any kind of expense? And I saw the 435 cell phone policy that had the consequences for having your cell phone, and so that's what was in that.
Right. That was, again, a starting point of a possible enforcement, a tiered approach to enforcement with different consequences for various violations, first, second, third. That could be modified. That was just an example of what some of our middle schools have done.
And so then if we just wanted to figure out the cost for a school, we would just, if we were doing school by school, it would be $30 times the number of students. But if we were doing district-wide, it'd be like $25, $50 times the number of secondary students or high school students. Or
correct.
Several schools, right? Up to, you said it was 20,000.
We have about 27,000 secondary students, for example, if you wanted to do an entire,
But to be clear, we didn't ask them at a 2,000 unit level or a 4,000 or a 6,000 unit level. We didn't do every single level. We just picked a level and said, well, tell us what your bulk pricing might be in this, because we know what your general pricing is. What's your bulk pricing at this level? So once we have a unit count, we can go through the process, and
so that gives a range of prices. So if we implemented it for every secondary student, the lowest price would be about $25.50. If we did it just here and there, it would probably be the $30 that they generally charge.
I also did a off-label search just for fun to see if there was anything that locks something about the size of a cell phone. Turns out there's all sorts of cash bags with locks on them for like $10 range. So if you didn't want to go with the rules of a certain company, there are many options available without a lot of effort.
we did look at those, and there are the ones we've seen have little padlocks like the ones you'd see on a suitcase, and then there were others that had a little combination lock on them. And I did run into a couple that used locking mechanisms. However, I think due to patent restrictions, they aren't available in the United States.
Everyone would have their own lock and unlock it themselves.
So, I mean, there's a lot of options. Some of them have zippers that come together and you put your own lock in there. So it would be a matter of smithing locks to your own device. Or there's, of course, the ones that Dr. Anderson just talked about, combinations, or there are keyed ones on there, but I think it would be a matter of calling a company and saying, can we get them all to match the same key? I don't see a big problem there. I'm just saying I don't think we should make a decision based on one company's philosophy of a tier 1 approach.
Ask yourself how many times would it take for you as a parent to have to go to the office to get your child's phone before there were some consequences for that child at home? You know, that's what I'm thinking. If I had to go to Riverton High School, you know, maybe the third time or fourth time to get my son's phone because he was using it in the class or somewhere where he wasn't supposed to have it out, as a parent, there would be consequences for my child. The discipline would come from the family, and the instruction and the education about proper cell phone use would come from the family. Maybe that's all we need, is give the teachers something like in 435, the 435 version, where there's a first offense, second offense, third offense type of a thing. And at some point, the parents have to get involved and let the parents do the parenting. Let the parents teach their children, you know, that this is not acceptable. Or maybe it's just, I'm tired of going to the school to pick up your phone. I don't necessarily agree with the policy, but I don't want to go to the school anymore to pick up your phone for you. Maybe that's the first approach, and we don't have to worry about purchasing all this equipment.
Okay, let's take Bryce's motion. So there's a motion on the table to announce that we are going to be phone-free all day long at school. We'll work out the details down the road.
And so that would be the direction that we give, that would be our next step. Because I was thinking, so this is on the agenda. What are we supposed to do now? Give direction to staff on the next steps for the cell phone policy. And so that would be this.
That would be, so the direction would be that we announce to everyone that we're going to be phone-free all day. And then we will work out what those details are at future meetings.
We're dropping 435 and moving forward with 801.
You're calling for a vote?
Yes. Okay, everyone's clear on the motion? Okay, roll call vote. Bryce?
Yes.
Brian?
No.
Lisa?
Yes.
Marilyn?
Yes.
No.
I'm a no. Daryl?
I'm a no.
Okay, that fails 4-3. Does anyone want to make a motion? I'll make a motion. I move that we jump over to policy 435 now. And, well, I'm going to combine. I'm going to clobber the two policies together. So we do no devices during class time at all at any level. And then at the elementary and middle school level, no devices from all day long. High school, just no devices during class time. And then we include the discipline that's in here.
No.
Okay, let me try again.
I think she's saying that it's no phone use.
Nope, she's making the motion.
Okay, so it is elementary and middle school, no phones from all day long. So beginning of the day to end of day. And then we have these specific discipline that's outlined in 435 as consequences. And then for our high schools, no phones during class time, and again, the specific disciplines outlined in 435.
I'll second it.
Oh, I got a second. Woo. Okay.
So
discussion to that motion.
as we have discussion,
But
I'm
we're
really
not approving the
uncomfortable
policy.
with emotion tonight.
Can I ask a question about this? We're not approving the policy, we're approving the philosophy.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you. That would be a philosophy, and then we will direct administration to write that into a policy and bring it back next time.
And figure out how to implement
So
it.
are we in
Yes.
discussion mode now?
Yes,
Yep.
discussion.
You know, I keep thinking back to the teacher who took the kind of little survey of her own in her classroom for 90 minutes and had over 300 tick marks of messages and calls that came into her classroom. High school is where the problem is. It is. High school is where the problem is. They can't self-govern. I wish they could at that age. I mean, I wish they would learn it, but they're not. I like the fact that you have no cells in elementary and middle school. That's a good start. But I think high schools need to be involved in that as well. That's where the problem is. Sorry.
And once again, my question is going to be, I'm really uncomfortable making a motion without having a single opportunity for public comment.
That's why we're
Is there a
approving
way
a
that we
policy.
can
a philosophy.
agree on a direction without an official motion?
Okay, so if I need to rephrase the motion then, and probably should have done that on the first one too.
I did
That
not
we're-
mean to nitpick your motion. I just
That
want
we're-
to be
I think
clear
if you
why
add in
I'm
the-
uncomfortable.
if you add in
Directing
my
staff to
clarification.
write a policy in line with what I mentioned. So we're directing staff to write the policy, a draft policy. They'll come back to us next time. We can throw it completely out the window if we want to. A draft. But so the draft policy is based on the philosophy of no phones at all, elementary and middle school, and then no phones in the classroom at high school.
I'll second it.
And this tiered level of discipline.
And the tiered discipline. Yeah, and I'm open to changes to discipline, but this would be the basic philosophy. And then we can get a policy written and tweak.
I have a question for Mr. Larson. So I am not familiar enough with the budget to know if there is a fund that in our budget where middle school could be a pilot program, could say, hey, we would love to see how pouches work in our school. Is there any type of money for something like that?
Where they could do it on their own.
Where they can do it on their own if they budget it from their own. Okay.
They do. They've got some
Discretionary
they've
kind
got
of.
some funds, but would they want to carve that much out of those funds? I don't know. That'd be substantial.
Yeah.
My guess is that if a principal wants to do that and be a pilot, they would hope the board might support them on that. But do they have funds that they can start? Yeah.
If we were
Can
to
I
make
clarify
funds
that?
available,
Sorry, can I clarify before we move? What Mr. Larson said is accurate. They do have funds that they could dedicate to that, but there's no school that is not spending their money. So they would have to rededicate funds. There's something else they would have to stop doing in order to be able to afford to do this.
Already budgeted for the.
so if we made money available as a board, could it come out of capital? Or is that not considered a capital expense? It would be more like a school supply or security.
Price point on these, it would not be capital.
Okay.
But the board could direct that funds be made available for that.
I did the calculations. It's not nearly as much as I thought it would be. It's still a large price, but I thought it would be much higher.
Depends on the pouch, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, further discussion just on the philosophy of a tiered approach.
What were the main concerns of parents in the Lighthouse research? Was it the ability to communicate with their children?
Communicate with their
That was
children.
that was what I remember. That was kind of the main one, right? Right. And so, I don't think too many elementary school students have cell phones. I'm sure there are some. Secondary or middle school, there was a high percentage I remember that had cell phones, and so we're telling all those parents, you can't communicate with your child through their cell phone when they're at school. What methods do they have to get messages to their students then? They'd have to call the office, is that?
Dr. Anderson or Dr. Godfrey, do you want to answer that?
They can call the office, they can email the teacher. Many teachers may have phones in their classroom, but mostly you'd call the office. And we can't, I don't remember exactly how you phrased it, but we'd have to phrase it so that students cannot receive messages from parents. We can't tell parents, we can't have a policy about what parents do, but just we can have a procedure for, this is the procedure for parents to contact students.
I'm just wondering how that will go over with the parents who have a strong desire to be able to always communicate with their kids.
I think there is what you described is accurate. If I generalize, when a student has a cell phone at school in elementary, parents, from talking with the whole group of elementary principals, parents are the ones communicating, and it's frequent. So most don't have a cell phone, but when they do, parents generally are frequently contacting their child.
I get that. My daughter did a humanitarian mission in a foreign country, and they take their phones from them. And my daughter was fine with that. I wasn't. I was panicked. Like, I'm sending my child off to a foreign country without a phone. It was the best experience. Like, now I survived not being able to get a hold of her, and it was the best experience for her ever. So yeah, there are definitely some parents that will be a challenge for, and I just hope that somehow we can express that it will really be good for your kids if you can let go of that just a little bit. And there are ways, if there's an emergency, there's definitely ways to get a hold of them.
For sure.
And in big emergencies, you contacting your child actually puts everybody at risk and makes your child less safe instead of more safe. So,
Like when there's a school-wide type of an event.
like if there were a school shooting and everyone's phones are going off because their parents are calling them, then the shooter.
We've also learned that there's a vast amount of misinformation that goes out, depending on what their perspective is, and that's how a lot of things get extrapolated and out of control. When in reality, it may not be the case.
Okay, any other discussion to my motion? All right, we'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms.
Yes.
George?
No.
Ms. Richards? Dean? No. Mr. Barnett?
Yes, I can do that one.
Mr. Dunford?
No.
Okay, so that'll be directing staff to write a policy with the philosophy of.
Can I just say something about that, though?
Yeah.
I think any 4-3 vote by a board is not going to go good with this. If
was
we
a
can,
vote on
I think
looking
it's
at
fine.
a policy.
This is a
I'm
draft.
I'm
that we
just
can
saying.
change.
I'm just saying, if we can't unite as a board, it's going to be hard to unite a community, and so we somehow have to find, and we don't do it tonight. We somehow have to find common ground that all of us agree on. I think, if we really want to sell this right.
That sounds really ideal.
Yeah.
Right now.
Sounds
Feels
what?
hopeful.
And as a member of a board, even policies and decisions that I did not vote for, once they become policy, I support them. That is my responsibility as a member of a board. So even if something
I was just
passed with a
stating-
4-3, I don't think we all have to have the same vote.
I was not asking everyone to make the same vote. I was stating my concern. My concern is a policy of this magnitude needs to be unanimously approved if we have hopes of really implementing, and it's my opinion. You can disagree, but my opinion is we've got to unify and find common grounds and give up some of the things that we don't want to give up if we really want our community to buy in on this. That's just my opinion.
So with that decision passing, would the board still be open to having another approach that we study? Because what I was uncomfortable with in the first proposal was that we were making a decision. I was open to Ms. Miller's because we were continuing a conversation. I am willing to continue a conversation of an all-day ban. I'm not trying to say that I'm unwilling to hear another perspective. What I am trying to say is I'm not ready to do it today. So I certainly,
How do you see my motion different than Tracy's?
well, the
Because
difference
that's exactly
of,
what I was asking
We'd be
for.
communicating this
Well-
week to students, or next week to students, so.
So the
that-
problem was the communication?
yes.
I don't have a problem with the communication. I felt like we were passing a policy rather than looking at a philosophy. That's
Well, we
I'm
were
just saying what I
choosing a
was.
philosophy. We
Yeah.
were
Philosophy.
owning a philosophy with no input, and I was uncomfortable with that. I don't want to say no input, but we're kind of breaking our own procedures. Generally speaking, before we make a decision, we let people weigh in, especially on something that's as big of an issue as this. And I understand that we've heard from a lot of employees of our district who have had an opportunity to speak. But I'm going to just go back to that meeting was in July. And I don't know how many parents were paying attention. I hope they were all in Yellowstone with no cell phone service and had no idea that we had that on our agenda. And so that I just don't want to relay the idea that I'm unwilling to hear perspectives here. And that's, I think, what Mr. Robinson was saying as well.
But we chose a philosophy.
But I
I
think,
did
so
not
there's-
choose a philosophy. I chose to have staff draft a policy with those ideas contained in it.
I think we have room that, so we do have one direction to staff to bring back a policy. I think there's room if 4 people want another policy, we can bring them both back in 2 weeks. I think there's room for that.
So
We direct staff to develop policy 801. Also,
So just to bring back policy 801.
to do exactly what you're asking for in 435, but to do it with 801
So explain that. So 801 with
is the all day.
So
all
can-
day, all levels, and then what
So
about?
can I ask a
discipline
clarifying
or
question?
No discipline.
My clarifying question is what the board is divided here really on the limitations of a high school student.
or all day versus
Instruction
instructional
time
time.
only.
That's where
At the
I'm
high
divided.
school level, right?
I don't
No.
know that I'm ready to say it's out in middle school.
I think there's.
I said I'm willing to talk about it.
So can I clarify yours then? So you're saying bring back 801.
I was under the impression that you were calling for a philosophy, which I was, and yours got approved and mine didn't. So as I understood the motion, this board has now said we are banning cell phones in middle schools and elementaries, but high schools just during instruction time. That's the philosophy we just approved.
She rephrased her
That's what,
motion.
but that's what everyone heard. That our philosophy is that you can use your cell phone at lunchtime and in the halls at high school, but not in middle school and elementary school. They just heard our philosophy.
Can I just be really clear? that was the original motion. I expressed a concern and Ms. Miller rephrased her motion. So that was not the motion that was voted on.
I believe that's the motion the public just heard.
Well,
That
then
cell
they should
phones at
rewind
lunch
and
are
listen
okay at
again,
the high
because
school.
that was not what we voted on.
So as a board, I am comfortable if we bring back two different philosophies next week, or
Me
2
too.
weeks from now, and you are. Is anyone else want another one brought back, or do you want to stick with the philosophy that got the 4-3 vote?
I called for a motion.
Okay, say your motion again.
I would like to do with 801 exactly what you called them to do with 435.
So explain that to me.
Develop the policy of an all-day phones-free policy.
And is that basically just 801?
You mean like to add the consequences like there are with the
Develop
435?
the next step of the policy.
Okay, that was my question. So 801, but add the more specific consequences.
I'll second.
Marilyn already seconded, didn't you?
So do I have that correct? Okay.
801C says students who violate this policy will be disciplined according to their school's code of conduct and district policy.
That may change.
It's just a draft.
And 435C kind of lists out the
That's what we're saying.
Are
They're
you
gonna
saying that you
develop it.
don't want what's listed in 435, but you do want what's in?
I want them to develop 801. I
But
want
do
them to
you want-
develop 801 like they are developing 435.
But are you interested in a united district-wide policy that provides for discipline? Or are you
what-
interested in individual schools, as C states now?
District-wide.
Okay, so the motion and the second is to bring back a draft policy next week that'll be 801, but with more detail added on, similar to what C is in 435. So add C from 435 to 801. So that is a bell-to-bell ban with specific consequences. Okay, any discussion to that motion?
It sounds like the two policies that are going to come back are going to be identical, except for the difference that Daryl pointed out, right? That's where
Levels.
we're hung up.
I have a more developed policy in mind, but I don't know that we're at a point where we could accept it. So my question is only what we're bringing to the meeting next week, those are our only options?
No, we're still in draft
Unless
mode.
you make a motion, that's what they're bringing forward next time.
Well, out of respect to you, I won't be making a motion over your motion. I want to finish that conversation. I
finish
just
that
want to
motion.
understand that so I know how to vote for yours.
And I am planning on voting affirmatively for this motion. But I just want to say, I do prefer schools and school administrations to be able to figure out their own consequences that fit best for them and their schools. I really lean toward local control as far as possible.
You know, as a general rule, I do as well, but in this case where we have received very clear feedback and calls from our teachers and administrators asking us to give a unified policy, in this case, I would not.
So can I explain my vote? I'm for neither of them, but I support this because, again, I'm still in exploratory mode. I don't want to shut the door to this. And so I'll be voting yes, but I still think I think what we found in the last few minutes is we have a lot of common ground, and this is what we're held up on, and I don't want to shut the door off from exploring that. So I'll vote yes for that reason.
And my question is, how is 2 weeks from now going to be different than right now? Because they're just going to come back with two policies that basically say the same thing.
I'll be able to talk to a whole bunch of people.
And 2 weeks from now, we're going to give our constituents an opportunity to speak.
Parents will be in school mode.
But school starts and there's no direction from the board.
Well, we have direction in our policy right now.
I made a motion to send a letter out, and we couldn't get a second, so.
Okay, so we have a motion to bring back a draft next week of 801 with the addition of C from 435. All in favor of that motion, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? Okay, so that motion passes 6 to 1, with Mr. Barnett being the dissenting vote.
Can we hear Nikki's idea?
Do you have another motion?
Really, I'm not ready for motions, but I would love to talk about another approach that I think could work. And that is essentially policy 435, but when you get to letter C, what I would replace it with is, so first line the same, students who violate this policy will be disciplined as outlined below. Number 1, any student who is found using their cell phone during class time without express permission from the administration, which is referenced above, and covers our students on 504s, health plans, etc., will be asked to add their phone to a locking device. The phone and pouch will remain in the student's possession throughout the remainder of the school day inside of that device. Then at the end of the school day, students may retrieve their phone by reporting to the main office. Like locking devices that are not returned at the end of the school day or are damaged upon return will be billed to the student's Skyward account in the amount of fill in the blank.
So that was locking device on first offense.
And what I like about this is, number 1, there's a natural consequence because their friends might have their phones out at lunch and they don't. Number 2, I like it that we're alleviating a lot of administrative strain because we're not having to send out messages, manage with warnings and keeping track of all of that. And I think it's a simple consequence because this is a low stakes violation. This is a student learning how to self-manage. And all we're doing in this case is saying, oh, look, you need a little bit of support following this rule. And so here's a support. And here's the next layer and the next layer, rather than this either really large punitive approach or I just feel like this gives students an opportunity to learn. It minimizes a teacher's strain on a relationship because everybody is doing it the same way. And I think that it gives a really low stakes opportunity for a student to really learn how to self-control. This is a
that a motion?
self-monitoring opportunity.
I'll second it if it's a motion. Because that's exactly where I think the middle ground is we have control, but we're teaching them how to use it. Yeah. So I'll second it if that's a motion.
I mean, if it's a motion, it would simply be a motion like the other two that we
explore.
Draft a piece of policy that follows those guidelines so that we can continue to discuss it as a board. But yes, I can make that motion.
I'll make a second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to do 435, but change C.
One.
So there would be no first.
No warning.
No first offense, second offense, third offense. There would just be, if it comes out, it goes in a locking device. And it gets unlocked at the end of the day.
Yep.
Okay.
I think there can be other disciplines if it continues.
Yeah, I'm open
But
to.
that would follow our regular discipline
I don't
problem.
know that you need to, because it always just goes into the pouch every single time.
But if that's happening every day,
And I'm like, that's okay, because that little kiddo needed an accommodation in order to follow that school rule. And I'm okay with that, because that just individualized his education, or her. I apologize, boys. So I am okay with that. I think it's minimal. A teacher walks over with an open pouch and says, sorry, pal, try again tomorrow, and then keeps teaching.
I like that, except I want the parents involved at some point.
Yeah, and I'm open to it. I'm open if that's the way the board wants to go.
I think you can open that up by saying after so many offenses, then it goes to parent.
Right.
It goes to other discipline.
Well, really, that hall pass monitoring thing could be the way you do it. You just log it in. And I understand that that might limit what pouches we can use, but I think we have a lot of great minds here and we can make a solution for that.
I mean, you could do similar to secondary, first offense, the student can get it unlocked at the end of the day. Second offense, the parent has to come in and get it unlocked.
I like that.
Absolutely.
And then third, school can implement additional consequences. Perfect.
I'm totally open to that.
Of the three options, that's my preference, Nikki, the one you just mentioned. It differs from
It's the middle
Tracy's
ground between the.
in that you're saying not during class time at elementary, not during class time at middle, not during class time at high school. So there's not a complete ban at elementary or middle school, which there would be with Tracy's motion. That's the main difference, right? Yeah.
So you wouldn't ban it bell to bell in any scenario.
Right. Right. I hope that we're preparing children to self-govern. I think we talk about soft skills a lot during our Portrait of a Graduate process. Man, a kid who knows how to monitor their behavior is a kid I want to hire.
I wouldn't be opposed with yours to try a couple middle schools with the all-day pouches.
For every kid.
Pouches for every kid, or pouches what she's proposing?
Well, if he can find I really like that pouch, but if they have that limitation on it, then that puts that out. So I'd want to find a pouch that would work.
So do you want it written now with just first offense, or any offense? It just gets put in the pouch and the student gets it out at the end of the day.
Is it too wishy-washy for me to let our experts make those determinations when they write the proposal?
Like whether or not to add the parent piece.
Mm-hmm.
But it does differ from 435.
It does.
We could just put the parent piece as an optional one on the same policy.
It differs
Okay.
the way that Brian
Yes,
described it.
it's
It
true.
differs in that way. So it's three different philosophies.
We don't have any more area codes to choose from, but
There's always 385.
That's a new one.
Okay, make 385 then.
I would, in answer to your question, I would prefer to have specific direction
Okay.
so that board members on that Friday, I appreciate your confidence in our ability to write it up, but I think the clarity of saying this is what the policy needs to look like would allow us to put together a draft pretty quickly so that you'd have more than just the weekend before, and then you're looking at it in black and white and saying, how does this feel? And and then it reflects directly what was voted on in the meeting.
Then will you answer for me? I'm concerned always about administrative strain.
Yeah.
How does a policy where we are tracking numbers of offenses and contacting parents affect our staff?
Well, it's a trade-off because I think it really depends on how much of a deterrent the new policy becomes. Yeah. Because if kids say, for example, under a particular version, look, if I pull my phone out during third period and it gets taken away for the rest of the day, I don't have it during lunch. And I am in trouble because we're all sitting around the table and I'm the only one without a phone. Maybe the administrative issues are lessened after an initial adjustment.
Positive peer pressure.
But if it doesn't have the impact that we expect, and all we're doing is getting phones in pouches and releasing them at the end of the day, and there's a flood of phones in the office, then maybe it increases the workload. But I think that when the board votes on a policy, there's no question we're going to have to revisit it. And I really appreciate this question. And board members throughout these discussions have been concerned about administrative load, teacher load, parent feelings, and I think there'll be an opportunity to revisit, how's this working? How are we doing? And I think what you asked is an essential question. But I think there could be an initial adjustment, and then if things are working, then there's less phone management because on the part of teachers and administrators, because the policy and the consequences are working.
So I'm curious, Mr. Barnett, how would you feel if it was higher than the second offense? What if it was the fifth offense we call a parent?
Just at some level, I'd like to get the parents involved. Yeah. How does the board feel about staff bringing back two things for us to consider? One, the level of restriction. That's one issue we're dealing with. Whether it's full or class only, and what school levels it affects. So that's one thing we need to decide on. And the other thing we need to decide on is how to handle the discipline issues.
You nailed it.
That's what I would like. I'd like to vote on the level of restriction and how to handle problems.
My only thing is, if I'm voting to say, show me your ID at the door and put your phone in this pouch and then you can come in the building, I'm really uncomfortable. So my decision really hinges a little on how we implement. If you're saying no phones all day long, and if you violate it, then we'll put it in a yonder pouch, I might be able to be swayed. But if you're saying, meet me at the door, show me your student ID, I'm out. I won't vote for that. So that's where I'm getting hung up, is like, I get it that these are two separate decisions, but I also feel like the way we proceed will determine how I vote here. Does that make any sense?
Yes,
It does to me, because I'm a little bit that way too.
that's where I am.
I don't see it that way, but that's fine.
But how to have this brought
Theme
back
of
to
the
us is
Yeah.
that's a valid point.
Yeah, and mine does include the procedure right off the top. And I get that I'm kind of breaking.
But what
Off
you
from the
propose
other two.
could be worked into the other policies too, if the board
Yeah.
decides they like that better than this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, either of those you could implement what I'm saying, right?
So back to yours, no parent piece.
I think I'd like to
So
include
should
a
we-
parent piece, but I'd like to include it at a higher volume. So after your student has violated this rule,
Maybe let's pick a number to start with and
okay, let's say
adjust
5
it.
times.
3.
Okay.
Does
3
it have
times.
to have a number? Does it
See
have?
how I'm willing to meet you in the middle,
Does it-
Marilyn?
Does it have to have a number? Can we just state when it looks like this is not resolved, we move to the parent? The problem is with the numbers, then you have people in the office having to keep track. Oh, was this 3 or 4? I can't remember.
But we do have ways of supplying that data, right? Like Panorama lets you mark behavioral occurrences, right?
Yes, but I don't know that we would use Panorama for this. Panorama draws from various other sources.
I'm just trying to think of how do we do something that a teacher can say, Timmy got the pouch today.
If we talk about administrative load, the more complex the policy, the more load on teachers and administrators.
Okay, so
So if you say you have to have the phone, if the phone comes out, it's locked and taken to the office and picked up at the end of the day, the next time it's a parent, that's clear. But if it gets too complicated, now you're tracking things. Now you're saying this is time number 3 and somebody different in the office didn't write it down or whatever. I think I understand the approach and I'm not arguing against it. I'm just saying every time it gets more complex, there's a level of bureaucracy involved that creates additional teacher and administrative load.
Well, let me see if this simplifies it. The beginning is the same. Any student who uses their cell phone puts it in a locking device that they keep in their possession. So now our administrators and teachers are not taking the responsibility of touching a $1,000 piece of equipment. Then, at the end of the school day, when the parent or when the student goes to have their phone unlocked, that's when we take the data of who unlocked that phone, and
Right.
it is all managed centrally in one place. Third offense, parents are notified. Does that feel comfortable to the rest of the board?
Parents are notified or they have to pick up the device?
Parents have to pick up the device.
Which really does sound like what I heard from a lot of the people in the Lighthouse surveys is when you put some consequence in there, behavior will change.
So, and I don't want to jump straight to it because I think there's a natural consequence here. A natural consequence is my friends have a phone and I don't.
That's even worse.
A natural consequence is my mom texted me at lunch and I didn't respond till after school, so now she knows I didn't have my phone today. So I don't want the consequence, first of all, to be like parents come into the school and then we're straining relationships with parents and administrators until we absolutely have to.
Okay, have we voted on that one yet?
Mm-mm. I don't even
I
think
was-
I have a second.
I was a second.
You have a
Oh,
second.
good, okay. Phew.
A second before you made the proposal.
Okay.
That's right, that's right.
So the motion is 435, but the,
485.
385? What was the
Yes,
number?
but it looks like the current 435 but with C changed, to, if it comes out in the classroom, it goes into a pouch.
It's similar to the secondary.
You wrote it down. You read the rest of it for me.
Well, I'd actually like to go through all, so the motion is that,
Written.
Just
yeah,
no,
you
just-
can,
just
you
this
can read
motion.
your
Gotta
language
vote.
if you'd like.
No, I mean, you're
Because
the
mine
one
will be,
writing
mine will
this.
be a summary. Mine will be a summary, so go ahead.
Okay, say it
So,
again.
C, then when any student who is found using their cell phones during class time without express permission from the administration will be asked to add their phone to a locking device. The phone and pouch will remain in the student's possession throughout the remainder of the school day. Number 2, at the end of the school day, students may retrieve their phone by reporting to the main office, and then we will add a number 3, that after the third offense, parents will be called to retrieve the phone from the front office. And then finally, locking devices that are not returned at the end of the school day or are damaged upon return will be billed to the student's Skyward account in the amount of blank. I want to include that because I do think there's going to be stinkers who try to pry their way into these devices. So I would like a little accountability.
Okay, that's the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes 5-2 with Ms. Dean and Ms. Richards as the.
I even gave you 3 days instead of.
I know you did, but if I
Okay,
agree with that.
do we have any other motions, or do we go to Dr. Godfrey to summarize?
I have a motion, but I can do it later. It's just a personal. Let me do it now, and it doesn't affect everyone's policy. Let me tell you what my motion is.
Okay, let's hear it.
I move that this board grant me permission to hold a town hall meeting at Copper Creek
It's at Mountain.
Mountain Creek Middle School on September 4th at 7 p.m. to do this very thing. Meet with the community, seek input, give feedback.
Why only you?
I've already tried to set it up. I just want permission to do it.
Why do you need permission?
So it doesn't look like it's,
Oh, because it's at a school.
So
If he wants to meet in a library, I don't think he has to ask, but.
are you working with Angela on that?
yeah,
My understanding, she wants the whole board to be there.
that was not our understanding.
But you're not interested in having the.
I'm more, the more the merrier, but I'd like to hold a town hall meeting at Mountain Creek Middle School on September 4th at 7 p.m. I figure if I get the board's permission, then I would feel more comfortable getting the board's permission to move
Would
forward.
this be open to any member of our district or just that community?
Nope. More the merrier.
I wanted that. That's one of the steps I thought. I think it ought to be more than one school, but we can start with one.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
For the purpose of discussing cell phones.
My understanding, they had a group of parents had a community meeting and they brought in some, experts to talk about it, and they want to bring that to a broader audience, and they want the board to also hear about that.
So you're conducting it, or the experts from the community are running?
I'm conducting it.
But is this a Bryce Dunford Town Hall or a Jordan School Board Town Hall?
That's why I'm asking permission. I'd like it to be a Jordan School District Town Hall meeting.
I'm okay with it, but if we're having other experts, I'd love to just review the content.
Of course.
Yeah, that's a good point, if it's a district meeting.
I'm okay with that.
And you'll give us details on time.
Mountain Creek Middle School, September 4th, 7 p.m. Anyone that would like, it's just an additional opportunity to speak, hear. I'm going to make myself available as long as they're there to hear from as many people as want. Community members. We just want to start the dialogue about school use or phone use in schools. Is that a yes?
My only concern is what I mentioned earlier, that I thought we hired a company. I thought we paid them a good chunk of money to do what you're suggesting we do now. I thought that was the purpose of that money.
I thought so too. I thought that was public comment right there.
I think what Lighthouse did for us is discovered the problem. I think what Bryce is looking at is
We now have 3 policies on the table that I'd like to present and say, here's what the board's thinking.
I would like us not to make decisions on the 27th.
I'm not opposed to getting more info. I was kind of against spending the money in the first place, and so that's why for Lighthouse, and so that's why I'm voicing it. But I'm not against gathering more information at a meeting like this.
And it's my understanding they want to educate people on what the harms of cell phones are. Education piece to the community and to parents. Is that your understanding?
Mm-hmm. Here's what experts in the field are saying about cell phone use among adolescents as well as at school. Yeah.
Will there be someone there to provide an opposite opinion?
One who wants to speak can.
An opposite opinion of, because, I mean,
Of these experts.
because I was thinking of the parents. We want to hear whatever the parents have to say.
But is this a
Right.
town hall or an open house? Because you approach the two differently. A town hall is more in my opinion, a town hall is more dominant. We're giving you information, where an open house is open, talk. Sounds like more of a town hall.
It sounds like both. There will be a portion of,
Be a portion
there will
for
be a
them to-
portion of, A, here's what the board is thinking. Here's where the board is right now. Here's what's before the board. If you want to reach out and express to the board which one of those you favor, great. Here's how you do it. And then there's more information about, okay, as long as we're speaking, as long as we're informing you, here's what some experts in the field would say to you. Here's what I've read. Here's the book that I've read. Here's the book that others are reading. And then I would envision the whole second half of the meeting is, here's microphones right here. What would you like to say? I'll stick around as long as you need me to.
Are you going to limit the time?
I have to. I'd like to go home eventually.
No, I mean limit their time when they're speaking.
Yeah.
I would love to do the same thing with the Jordan Parent Advisory Committee, and that's why I feel a little rushed. Is I think that's a great idea, but I think there's other constituents that we need to look at.
So is everyone okay if Bryce proceeds with planning a town hall.
Yes.
Thank
So,
you.
clarification, if there's a quorum, we likely need to notice this up and have an agenda and have minutes. So we need to know that beforehand.
I plan on going.
Yeah, you're right. If it's a presentation, we can all be there and listening. But if we as a board are going to take public input, it does need to be noticed.
I would just notice it.
We notice it, then we record it, we do minutes,
Yes.
I would prefer that only 3 board members be there.
I will plan on not attending.
Thank you.
And maybe we plan 2 of these and
I would love there to be bunches of them. I just would like to meet with, the ball has started to roll in my community, and I'd like to just be open to all sorts of input.
it sounds like we've got the go ahead for it. Let's work out the details.
Great.
And
Thank you.
We'll work through a few things.
September 4th, Mountain Creek Middle School.
Okay, Dr. Godfrey, do you want to summarize or ask questions that you have?
Yes. So I'll go in reverse order here. Motion number 3 is to take policy 435, but add the consequences as outlined by Ms. George in this meeting. Motion number 2 is 801, policy 801 with the consequences of 435. Is that right? And motion number 1 was differentiated by levels so that the high school level has access outside of class, middle and elementary do not have access all day, and the consequences are listed as outlined in 435. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, just as an aside, I think for motion number 1, what we will do, even though there will be repetitive language, is have a separate section for elementary, a separate section for middle, and a separate section for high. So it'll be repetitive, but you can go to one section and see what applies to that school instead of saying, well, here are the consequences for these levels. And here, anyway, that's how we'll structure it. So we will put those together and send them to you as soon as we can, just in an email, as we've done with a few policies over the last few months since the board asked us to do that. And then we'll put those on the study session for next time to consider. Did I capture all of that correctly?
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
And are we going to do this on the 27th, or are we?
We'll be back in study session on the 27th.
Thank you.
Okay, does anyone need a break before we move on to our next policy?
No, let's move on.
I'd just like to get a little.
Okay, 30-second break.
30-second?
I can do it. I can do it.
Stand up
Did
for
that
a
give you
minute.
what you need?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, we're back to study session. It's still August 13th, 2024. All board members are present, and we are on item F, proposed changes to policy AA414, student overnight travel. And this is also a follow-up from our last meeting. We had an initial discussion, and we asked staff to bring us back a draft policy. So, Mr. Dunford and Mr. Sorensen, if you want to join us at the table.
I don't want to go through all my preliminaries that I gave last time about finding balance and all of that. I'll just assume that you can remember that. I do want to say this time that our policies need to match our practice. Now, sometimes the policy is not quite in harmony with our practice, and we need to change the policy to match the practice. Other times, we need to change our practice to match our policy. A number of years ago, this board was concerned about the number of trips and the amount of money that was being spent on these large, very expensive, very elaborate trips. And so we wrote a policy saying 1. And at the time, we all asked, well, maybe we need to maybe we'll come back in the future and reevaluate that. So in the spirit of coming back and reevaluating that, we have taken the last 2 weeks, and this has really been in the hands of those who knows what's going on. Brad, the staff, here are the trips that we're already making. Now, can we revise the policy to match what's actually happening, the practice, so that we could make the practice a little bit safer? So we are coming back, and I put my name with them, but they've kind of run this through their arena. We are proposing 3 changes to the changes that were proposed last week. So if you're looking on board docs, that was the previous proposal. It's the one I emailed you today is the new one. We are proposing that we maintain the limitation of 1 large trip per group.
What time did you email it today?
I don't see
I don't see it.
Also did not get one.
I got it.
Look in your spam.
I don't know what time I sent.
Just a second, let me.
Oh, it is in my spam.
Is it in your spam?
Weird.
It's in mine too.
How are you
Oh,
spam?
how did you become spam?
It's in my spam.
Thanks a lot, guys.
It's not in my spam.
Not spam.
And you were using your Jordan District email address?
I wasn't. I was using
you
my.
weren't.
Oh,
I won't say which one.
Yeah, that's the
yeah.
problem.
I need to be
Okay.
careful with this message.
I didn't mean to. It was just an accident. That was the previous email I had used, and then my system just sent it from the same one. So the one I emailed today is the one proposal, but in my email, which apparently you didn't get, I explained here are the changes. We would like to propose that groups be allowed 2 of the quick trips. We've extended the mileage.
Every group.
Every
is allowed.
group is 2 quick trips. We've extended the mileage to 375 because as we searched through the trip, those workaround trips that we were making because they were close and not have to count as an overnighter, we looked at the destinations, and some of the destinations were just a little bit over 300, but we felt like Las Vegas was a good no-no. That's a major trip. To go to Las Vegas is a big trip. So we adjusted the mileage to 375 because that will get them to some of these.
Boise
Get
in.
them to Boise.
Yes, that gets Boise in.
Yes.
Yes.
300 did not get Boise
So we
in.
can go to
And it
Boise,
gets them
but we
to
can't
St.
go to Las
George?
Vegas.
Right.
It gets them to St. George, but it doesn't get them to Vegas.
Okay.
It
And
does
it's
get them
from
to
the
Mesquite,
district.
but not Vegas.
It'll get them to Mesquite. It'll get them to Boise. It'll get them to St. George. And it's from the district office. So number 1, we'd like to propose that each group is allowed 2 quick trips. And I would say that because as we've analyzed what's actually going on, many of these groups are making quick trips in kind of a dangerous situation so that it doesn't count as their overnighter. By approving this, we're now saying, no, we recognize that. You're authorized to have 2 quick trips. But let's do it right. Let's use it. Let's do it the right way, and no, it doesn't count against your larger trip. So 2 quick trips, 375 miles, and we would like to propose that any additional trips can be brought to the board for approval. So there is no definite no. If someone really has a significant need and they feel justified, they can come to the board, appeal to the board, and receive permission to take an additional trip. Those are the three changes.
Additional quit trip or just an additional
It-
trip?
We didn't really necessarily specify that.
So they come to the board instead of to administrator of school, so we make the decision.
It's a heavy lift because we can't approve everyone. And we're going to have to make some hard decisions, and I don't feel comfortable with principals making that very uncomfortable, or even Brad, the AOS, making that very uncomfortable decision to say you get to go, but you don't. I felt like that's a heavy lift that needs to go to the public, the elected officials.
And I don't feel super comfortable doing administrative, our administrator's job. And I it's not like I don't want to help with a heavy lift, but this is something that I feel is beyond the responsibility of a school board member. I don't have the same knowledge and expertise as any of our administrators.
And that's fine, but they are making that request of us.
And it's actually what
Did you want that? Did you want the board to make the decision?
Yes, that was added as an
As
exception.
per your
if
request.
If it's brought to us as an additional and above and beyond what we've laid out in the policy, it would be nice to have the board's support.
Just
So the board support, not necessarily, so.
One clarification. It would still go through, and maybe the wording needs to be looked at, but it would still go through the normal process of saying, was the parent meeting held properly? Are all the arrangements in order? Do they meet with policy? And this is not an argument against what you're saying, just a clarification. There are some policies that have a provision that allows the board to make an exception. So it says, any exception has to be approved by the board. So the
Okay.
idea is not that you have to go through the paperwork and say, was this done properly? It's just
The
that
exception.
if it goes through Mr. Sorensen's office and everything is in order except that it's beyond the limit for the number of trips, then it would go to the board
Who wrote the policy.
to vote on to say, we limited trips in the policy, but we'll make an exception and allow for additional trips. Much like the board can approve student travel outside the continental United States. So it's written into policy that we do all the approval of the trip itself, but then you approve
The
that the
exception to policy.
destination is beyond the continental U.S.
Correct me
And
if
so
I'm-
it's a similar sort of thing. So they go through all the same process, whoever submits this, but.
Correct me if I'm wrong,
Thank
but
you.
a decade ago, 10 years ago, before I was on the board, the board did make the decisions on travel, right?
The board voted on every trip.
Trip.
We made sure that they had followed that
Procedure.
the group had followed procedure, and then put it on the board agenda for vote. So that is a good.
But at that
I think it
time,
was maybe
each school could only do so many trips. I think it was
16?
12 or
Was it
16.
It was 12 and then 16.
I don't know.
I believe it was 15.
So the
Again,
school
we're
got the
arguing
number.
12, 16, 13. Yeah.
The school got the number, and they had to divvy it out to
Right.
this group and this group.
And I support this, but may I ask that if and when it does come to us, that we have a history of that group's trips so that we can kind of rely on a little information to make our decision?
Here's my concern, Bryce. If we open it up and say, okay, now you can take these short trips, now all of a sudden we have groups who weren't going to plan short trips now are saying, oh, we can plan short trips. And so it's going to open up to more travel, not less travel.
But it's also going to open up to safer travel because they're doing this anyway.
Well,
They're
not
waking
safer
up at
because
4 a.m.
Not safer because as a choir, we're not going to St. George because we can, because it's going to create more. I think it's going to create more travel than we have now. And a short while ago, we wanted to create less. Why wouldn't we ask our administrators to follow the current policy, and then have an avenue of opening up to our administrators a short trip approval, and we would do any other trip approvals. Because we have a good policy now. I just don't want to reopen it up for everyone to start saying, oh, now they're going to let us travel more, because I don't think that's what we want. So I would much prefer us holding our current policy, allow for the AOSs to approve those short trips for those situations, and then any additional trips would come to us.
You can propose whatever you want. I'm proposing these 3. 2 quick trips, 375 miles. All additional ones are approved by the board.
So I have a question, I mean, sort of related to that. The draft that was on board docs limited each high school to 30 trips a year. I don't see that in this new draft. Was that taken out? And what's the reason for that?
Because we gave everyone 2 quick trips.
And it would
The reason
equate-
we imposed that was, my initial thinking was, well, do we want to give everyone 2 trips? Do we want to give everyone the opportunity? And I sensed enough feedback to say, no, let's not be choosing who does and who doesn't. So let's eliminate that, and let's just offer everyone the opportunity to take a quick trip.
That was my biggest concern, was
The
that
num-
one
the
thing.
number.
So I'm thrilled with these changes. I'm ready.
And then I have another question about the post-departure travel insurance. Is this something new that wasn't required before and now is? And if so,
No,
why?
it's always been required. We're just trying to clarify exactly what that insurance is because many parents, as we've gone through the process, especially during COVID, they thought it was maybe in advance. The insurance that we've always been purchasing is just from the day you leave. So that insurance doesn't exist prior to I had a family event come, and so 2 weeks from now I can't go on that trip. You know, I mean, we work with them. So there was just confusion to what the insurance was that we were purchasing, and it takes you from day one to the end of the trip.
That makes sense.
So that change is not adding an insurance requirement. It's clarifying what that insurance requirement is.
Correct.
Okay.
Because some felt the insurance covered things that happened before the trip. It covers the beginning of the trip through the end.
So if you paid for it and then decide not to go, it doesn't cover it.
Or you get COVID, or you...
But if you're on it and something comes up, that's what your insurance is for.
Right.
Yes.
So does this, Bryce, solve the problem with the group that brought this to us? Because as I understood it, what caused the problem was some trips to California, which would be out of the short trip, and they had to go as a school, not a club, and I don't know if this solves their problem.
It would open up them bringing it to the board saying, can we have an additional trip?
Can I ask a question?
Let me answer that question. Most of their trips could be authorized by policy. The policy doesn't stop them from traveling. Now, board approval might, but we worked with that group to make sure, and we looked at the policy, but we didn't want to write a policy that was for that group. So we actually looked at all of the traveling, what's going on among band and all the other travels, and what's the policy that would be right for everyone, and this is what we came up with. But we have had numerous meetings with that particular group saying, if this policy was approved, which of these could you attend and which one couldn't you? And yeah, we're holding those conversations.
And I'm supportive of that. I'm just concerned if we open up the window now, all of a sudden more people are going to travel that wouldn't have traveled otherwise under this new proposed policy.
That's a legitimate concern.
With the board approval piece, is that done in open session or closed?
Have to be an open.
It'd have to be an open.
Okay.
That would be open.
So we'd be under scrutiny then as to who we're approving and who we're not.
We're always under scrutiny.
Closed session stuff, right? Not as much.
So, President, I move that we approve these 3 modifications to the discussion we had last week. Approve 2 quick trips per group, limit it to 375 miles from the district office, and any additional travel could be approved by the Board of Education.
Can I just make the request that we put this on our next agenda and motion at the next agenda during a business meeting?
Yeah,
I
we
don't think
can't.
People are expecting
Yeah,
us
I'm not
to pass
asking
a
for approval of the
No.
policy tonight. I'm asking that that be brought back to us as the policy we vote on.
He's asking
okay.
that the emailed policy become our new draft policy,
I'm comfortable with that.
right?
Sorry.
Yep, that is correct.
And I'll second that. And then once, I do have a question when we open for discussion.
And I checked my spam, I don't have it, so if I can get a copy.
Okay, so the motion is the policy that Bryce emailed today is now our draft policy that the board is
We can
on.
post that for you if you'd like, since.
Great if
That'd
you
be
stick it
better.
on board docs.
Isn't real, oh,
Can I just clarify? I know you haven't had discussion or a vote yet, but at this point, there's no proposed change to that language. Is that correct?
Correct. It's
To,
as
to what was emailed to the spam folder?
I should be
Correct.
reading that one.
Okay.
yes.
So, would you mind emailing that to Lisa and she can post
Draft
that,
two.
please, Brad? Thanks.
Okay, all in favor of that draft
can
being
we-
our new one on board docs to work off of.
Do we get discussion or not?
Sure. Yes. Discussion.
Sorry, I still have a question on 10. I tried to ask earlier. When you say by Jordan District Suburbans, I just want to know what is the ratio of adult to student in a smaller vehicle like that?
In a Suburban, it's just required for one adult to be in there with the student. So it's not a 2-to-1. It's not a 2 adult ratio in the Suburban guideline.
Okay, and how?
Now, we
so
never-
is it possible that we're putting a coach and one student in a Suburban is what I want to know.
It is not. Well, I'd have to go back and look exactly. The possibility that is not what we want to, that is not the practice that we want to have happen. And so, without having the guidelines right here in front of me with
There
the
are
Suburban,
guidelines someplace
there
for
are.
that.
We have Suburban use guidelines that reference that. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Sorry, I didn't
Nope,
see.
that's a great question.
B right below it. I just want to make sure we're not putting anybody in a dangerous situation. Okay, now I'm ready.
What's the financial aspect of these trips? Is the district paying for these then? Is it
Nope,
paying?
this is all expected to be funded by those participating in the trip, as well as covering the cost of those required chaperones to meet the requirements of policy. So all of that is met by those participating.
What about waivers?
Fee waivers we would have to cover.
We would cover
That
fee
is
waivers,
correct.
substitutes,
And
correct.
we still have to stay within that capped amount.
7,000.
Yeah, you're talking the aggregate amount
Aggregate,
of
yeah.
7,000.
Remember
It's
that.
okay. Yep. So 7,000 is what? So ultimately, if they were ever to get over that, then so it may be something we want to consider in the
We take
future to
the
adjust.
liability and for these extra trips too, right?
It's the same liability that we would have
But
with
if there's
any
more
trip.
trips, there's more liability, right?
It's the same liability, but yes, I mean, so the more games they play, the more sports that we add, the more liability that we take on. So yes, it's similar to that.
We do not have a greater share of the liability.
There's just a higher chance for something to go wrong because there's 2 additional trips per organization now. So a bus could break down, a student could get hazed, those kinds of things could happen more often.
Right. Or there's less chance because they're not leaving at 4 a.m. and returning at 2 a.m. So it's a trade-off.
Pros and cons, yeah.
There's a question of, again, it's like the previous discussion on policy. What's the net increase in the number of trips, and what is the relative safety of those trips? So if there are more trips but they're safer, are we better off than fewer trips but they're taken under circumstances that may be less safe? I don't know the calculus there, but I think that's something we'll want to watch closely. That's a good question. I'm not sure what the outcome will be here. How much?
Do you have an idea the percentage of the students who do travel or their different clubs, how many of them are fee waived percentage?
I don't actually. I don't know that. So it's not something I've looked at.
Then a question on the cap. So if they're taking an extended and 2 quick trips, they still have to fit under the dollar amount cap.
That,
No, that's not a limit.
No,
That's
it's
the
not.
most they pay. Everything above that,
We
we
pay.
pay.
yeah.
It actually helps them get to that point.
that to be a limit.
Yeah.
That's the most parents would pay in taking.
So if we find.
So wait a minute. So they can plan this big, huge trip that costs more than 7,500, and
We're paying.
we just pay for it?
Yep.
That's a problem.
That's the policy we wrote.
Well, then let's change it.
But that's not just specific to overnight travel. That's their total expense of everything they spend. If they're involved in 3 sports and they're
That's the
traveling
fee waiver policy.
3 times, that's in the fee schedule. That a total aggregate is a total cost. No one family should ever have to spend more than 7,000 in fees. And school is the limit that we created.
Maybe
Yeah.
we'll find, though, as are changing this, if we do, that if more trips are being taken, maybe we'll need to adjust that aggregate.
Or maybe we'll need to put in a limit
Yes.
on our groups that you got to keep your costs under a certain amount for your trips.
That's where I think we
I
should
think
go.
that'll be a different policy, right?
So other districts do have a financial limit in their travel policy, so it certainly wouldn't be unheard of to insert a cost limit in a travel policy.
The limits I'm aware of at other districts would not address the issue that because it's a high limit on individual trips. It's tricky because there may be a group that takes a lot of less expensive trips, and there may be a group that takes one very expensive trip. And there may be some students who tend to be involved in one thing in the fall tend to be involved in something throughout the year.
I just don't want a group taking one really expensive trip to now add 2 more other trips to it. I want
On our
them
dime.
to take a less expensive trip if you're going to add 2 more.
The 2 more trips would be local trips.
Yeah, yeah.
Much less
And
expensive.
anything.
They're already doing something very expensive.
Then pare that
There
down.
needs to be something that says, well, then maybe you don't take 2 quick trips. You already reached your travel cap.
I assume when their extended trip comes to you for approval, if it's an exorbitant cost, you turn it down?
Yes, we certainly review the cost. We encourage them to keep it at a reasonable rate. We dissect the number of days that they're using and if it's educationally purposed so that we can try to keep an amount, but we do not have a limit on a cost.
Is there any policy, I can't find it in this policy, but is there a policy that addresses sleeping arrangements for overnight travel for students?
It's not.
Thanks.
Guidelines, however.
Not that I'm aware of.
Previous discussions, but yeah.
Is that problematic?
Mr. Sorensen? There are challenges.
I
that there
opened
are
a can of worms, sorry.
No, that's okay.
We have in the past brought forward the notion that it would be 1 student per bed. Currently, students share a bed in order to reduce costs. We brought that proposal forward a few years ago, but it was not enacted, was not voted on.
Is that problematic? Do we have problems on trips because we're not prescribing that?
On occasion, but not frequently.
Yeah, we have massaged and worked through those situations to make them accommodating.
And I know that a couple of my kids have opted to sleep on the floor on overnight trips because of that type of situation. Yeah.
Although there are not specific requirements in place regarding sleeping arrangements, we do our best to make sure that every student is comfortable and feels welcome and that they belong.
Okay, so we have a version of this policy on board docs. Are you ready to bring it? We'll bring it back to the next study session. Do you also want to vote on it next time? We put it on both?
I would really be interested in learning if the board has an appetite for including a travel cap.
Like a limit, cost limit?
I'm really uncomfortable saying, yeah, throw in 2 more trips, and if you go over, no problem, we'll pick up the tab.
I'm uncomfortable with that too.
As I said last time, I'm uncomfortable with just increasing the number of trips that take students out of school.
I'm with Lisa. I'm concerned the way the policy is written is going to encourage more travel, not less. I do think there's a legitimate concern when I go to St. George or whatever that shouldn't be counted as a trip. So I do like the idea of a quick trip idea, but I think that I don't want a policy that causes people to think, oh, okay, then we get 2 quick trips and this other trip, and where are we going to go?
Taking students out of the classroom, I've heard that discussed. And in order to participate in these trips, they have to maintain is it a 2.0, a C average, in order to participate in
Extracurricular,
clubs?
yeah, that's a minimum requirement of UHSA.
So if a student is out of class an extra 2 or 3 days because of this new policy, but the student, it seems like the criteria shouldn't be if they're out of their classroom. It should be, are their grades still good? Are they making up the time that they missed on their own time?
It's a 2.0?
Yes, C average.
My concern's less on missing school and more on opening ourselves up to other problems on trips, including sharing rooms. I think we're already on a pretty fine line there, and we're going to open up more opportunities for that.
Did you have specific concerns about not being in the classroom?
So I guess it's not just not being in the classroom. I just do not want to increase the number of overnight trips that students take. I feel like the purpose of a public education is primarily at school. And I do think that there are a lot of things that can be learned on field trips and even on these overnight trips. I just don't feel good about increasing the number of trips that students can take. I feel like 1 is fine.
So there's 3 of us that are interested in having a potential limit to costs for trips, for overnight travel trips.
You've got to think on that particular issue that every trip is different. How can you put a cap and still, be able to plan, your trip if there's a cap? Like I say, every trip is different. I don't know how you can arrive at a cap. I don't know.
So do you think, though, that might help them shape their trips if they have a parameter to work within?
Well, if they're going to a tournament, let's say that's in a specific place, they don't really have any option except, to go where the tournament is. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Be interested in asking staff to come back with what a reasonable limit might be.
Here's
But if there's not 4 people interested in that, then
Here's the potential situation. You have a team they've taken maybe 2 of their trips, and half the team has already spent their $7,000, and they say, hey, the next one's free. The district's going to pay for it. I'm a little worried about that mentality.
And the fact that you might be taking a trip with this team and that team and now this club, and now you can take 6 trips, 3 for each. I do think we're opening ourselves up to a financial consideration.
That was included in the fee policy when that was required by law. that there was a maximum amount that out-of-pocket total for extracurricular for all costs. Basically like an insurance out-of-pocket, you know.
And we set that. We can lift it if you want.
We set that. We have to have the limit, but we established
the amount. If
we
it's
chose
too
the
low,
amount.
we can raise it.
Correct.
But not this
So maybe
year?
that's part of this discussion.
Yeah.
This idea of raising it, right?
And yeah, I'm interested, like, would it be better to put a limit on travel costs, or would it be better to raise the cap? I'm not sure what the answer is right now.
And can we raise the aggregate total? Got it. This year?
You can. It goes through a process just like it does at the beginning. So actually, it would just require 2 public meetings for comments to be available to adjust a fee schedule. The total aggregate being a part of that fee schedule could go through that process.
Or we wait till, what month do we normally vote on the fee schedule?
Usually it's not till April. The deadline is beginning of April, April 1. So it's end of March that we typically adjust it for the next year. But if you wanted to adjust it for the current year, you would have to just go through the process of 2 open meetings for public comment to make that adjustment.
How this goes and getting some data and adjusting in March.
We did a
Okay.
similar thing with substitutes. We just said, look, we're going to give you we're just going to give you personal days instead of sick leave days. And there was always that risk that teachers were going to take a ton of days off and we'd pay it for it in substitutes. And yeah, there was an increase, but there wasn't this dramatic increase like there could have been. I trust that these people will make wise decisions, that administrators will make wise decisions and not authorized unnecessary travel, but I'm very concerned about people who were doing a workaround anyway and legitimizing that and making it a proper travel. I say we give it a chance and then see what adjustments we made. This is an adjustment to the last time we said, let's give it a chance and see if we need to make an adjustment. We are that kind of board. Let's try this. If it works, great. If not, we'll make some tweaks.
Okay, so we've discussed a lot of things, but no changes to what's currently on there. So we'll bring that back to study session next time and potential vote in business meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your work,
Yes,
Mr. Demford. And
Mr. Sorensen.
Yeah, thank you.
There was a lot of
all
work.
the people who helped. Thank you.
Okay, our next agenda item is discussion on the unfunded bus route for Western Springs subdivision.
Never heard this one.
Oh, that's me.
Mr. Brian Barnett.
Okay, so I talked with Kevin Hicks, I believe his name is, Riverton City Manager. Is that right, Mike? Yeah. He's only been there 3 months, he told me, so I gave him as much of the history that I could remember since I've only been here a little longer than he has. But he called and described the problems that Riverton City is having with establishing a safe walking route from the Western Springs neighborhood to South Hills Middle School. And their primary route was going to include a bridge over 134th South, I believe. And somewhere along the way, I think he mentioned UDOT took that project over, so that it was taken out of Riverton City's control. There were 2 other options they were looking at. Each of them had some kind of a hurdle that they couldn't quite get past. One of them, I think, was through that business district. What's that called?
Mountain View Village.
Mountain View Village.
There were some issues there because it's a private property type area. There was another route they were considering, but there was one property owner who was holding out on giving right of way. So all three options they had, that they were looking at, had some kind of an issue that was out of their control. And so I shared with Mr. Hicks some of the frustration that the district has had, the board, maybe just me, but I sensed maybe some of you as well, that I want to be careful in how I speak here, but there was some frustration in the length of time that it's taking to get a safe walking route established. Has it been 5 years?
I believe this will be year 6.
Okay, so
Supposed to be 1 year.
So this is the 6th year now, this upcoming school year. The first 4 years, the district paid 100% of the busing out of the kindness of our hearts, right? Last year, we entered into an agreement where we would split the cost with Riverton City. This year, since there's not a safe walking route established and they need busing, Riverton City is asking that we split the cost with them again. And I was shown a draft, well, actually it was the exact same MOU that we signed last year. That was shown to me, and they were going to discuss it in a city council meeting. I asked them to add some language to that MOU that if the safe walking route was not completed before next school year starts, that Riverton City would be 100% financially responsible for the busing if they chose to use busing again. And I was glad that that did get added to the MOU, and that's what Riverton City Council passed or voted on. So what we're asked to do is to sign that MOU, to approve that as a board for one final year, half, and it's in writing now, Marilyn.
I'm cynical, sorry.
Yeah. To fund half of the busing costs. How many buses do we need there, Mike? Do you know, is it just one?
At this point, it's 2, and that area is actually in one of our higher growth areas, and there's an outside possibility of 3, but we think 2 is a safe bet.
So should we change it where it says, in no case will Riverton owe Jordan School District more than $40,000? Because that's it for 3 buses. What would 50% be? $40,000.
We're looking at Scott.
How many last year? Was it 1 or that did multiple runs?
Correct. Last year, it was 1 bus that did 2 runs.
Yeah.
So they did a double run.
My recollection of that one was somewhere around the range of
$50-ish,
$55,000 for one. So
minutes
2,
and miles added up to, like you said, mid-50s.
yeah. So 2 would be into the 100,000 range. Yeah.
I just don't like that phrase.
I agree with you, Daryl. I feel like, no, they should pay 50% no matter what it is. So.
I agree as well. It should be 50% of the cost, whatever that cost is.
And you know, the thing is, it doesn't even take into consideration the wear and tear on our buses. You know, so really, we're giving more than half. We really are. Mm-hmm.
Well, and we're taking a limited number of bus drivers and we're extending their work. So it's not an easy yes.
Do you have a recommendation, Brian?
I would recommend, as has been suggested, that we change number 2 toward the bottom to and remove from the comma after routes to the period after $40,000, and send it back their way and see if they approve that.
Yeah, that's definitely got to be changed.
I don't think they'll sign it without some sort of dollar amount in there. Like,
Tell them to stop doing building.
How about
rather
no
it
more
just
than
increase.
$150,000?
I don't think they'll get caught up with that. I mean, I don't think half is gonna come to 40, but I don't know why it's in there.
If it's 2 buses.
because they want, it's in there
it'd
because
be a
they
lot
wanted
more.
some sort of
They want-
assurance that it won't be 150,000
So they can possibly budget for it more
budget,
accurately.
exactly.
If we changed it to 60,000,
But the hard thing is the timing that they're asking for this. We've already budgeted our buses. We've got our drivers. We got our routes assigned, and now all of a sudden, here's another bus that we're unexpected.
No, I think Paul kind of, do you think he kind of,
We always have a plan B.
yeah, yeah.
But we shouldn't have to go to Plan B. We should have known
We
about
have,
this.
I mean, we anticipate, there are some things that come up that we just anticipate might happen again. We
always
try
an
to-
extra
we try to
route or
plan for
whatever.
that.
I think that figure needs to be 60,000 at least.
I just don't see a need for it. We're either sharing or we're not sharing.
That is sharing.
I'm a little,
If it's 2 buses, it's going to be over 100,000.
my only concern with changing it is that school starts next week and this would need to go back to their city council to sign and then.
If they did, if they did 3 runs, so like Mr. Anderson talked about, besides Western Springs, you've probably seen the townhome village there. I think it's called Viviano, and it's not quite complete yet, but it's fairly large. So there is the possibility we'd have to go to a second bus or 3 runs. So it could happen. Because I think the last time I talked to Paul, we were right at two full buses.
So we would be crazy to say yes, because we're either sharing the cost or we're not sharing the cost.
But if you added 54,000, you added a third onto that. For
Be approaching
It may not
100,000.
double. Because of the double run last year too.
so we did 2 runs. So if we did a third run, then you.
Are we approaching these as safety shuttles where they all come to one location to pick up?
I don't believe so. There's I think there's multiple stops.
Is that something we could do though? Because that would provide you an easier way to do the double runs.
I've talked to Paul about that, and I think considering the route they take, it's just easy to do a few different stops. I don't think they do a lot of stops, but I think they do multiple stops within the neighborhood or the development. I don't know if it would cut down on time, but they did 2 different pickups and 2 different drop-offs at the school, and that seemed to work okay.
I think it's difficult to know exactly how many buses and how many runs it will take. If we want to be sure we're getting every dollar, we could bring another amount back. The advantage in not bringing an amount back and simply voting on this amount is that their council's already voted on it, and this would allow everything to be in place from the start of school with full approval of the board and the council. That being said, if you want to be prepared for the possibility that it goes over 80,000 total, then you can send that back. But
it was
Mr. Barnett's
54.
point that there was a phrase added that protects us in the future from shared costs, I think it's worth considering simply approving something with language that benefits us going forward.
The total was around 54 last year.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
approximately 27,000 per run.
Yeah.
Third run, that would be 81,000 if we needed a third run,
Correct.
approximately. So
Is that total
That one
cost?
bus or
And then they're
two?
paying half and we're paying half?
That'd be one bus with 2 runs, or one bus with 2 runs and another bus with 1 run. We'll just have to figure out the logistics. Paul seemed to think it worked pretty well to do 2 pickups and 2 drop-offs. I don't know if
right.
we could do 3. I mean, that would,
You need another bus.
The reminder is that this is a neighborhood that doesn't qualify for busing because it's close to the school.
correct.
So we're not going to the farthest corner of the boundary and back several times. It's making some runs close to the school. Not to oversimplify it or simplify it or minimize the effort, but it's
Right.
relatively close
It's
to the
within
school.
an easy 10-minute.
You just
Sure.
clarify. So when you said it was 54,000 last year, that was the total?
That
And
was
Riverton
correct.
paid half, so they would have paid 27.
Somewhere in that range. Yeah.
Okay.
I believe they've already budgeted and approved in their budget. I believe it was 40,000 that they passed.
So if we add
approved.
another route, we might go a little bit over 80,000, but not much.
Be close.
It'll be close.
Mm.
I'm comfortable with this then,
Yeah, I'm comfortable with this also.
especially with the language in there for future years.
Well, I'm comfortable with it, but I'm not happy about it.
yeah, I feel the same
Well
way.
said.
I would rather us approve 40,000 and if it goes over, then we negotiate with them at that time. That'd be later in the year, be in next year's budget, whatever. But I'd probably approve it. I wouldn't let that be a sticking point.
Okay, can I
motion?
make a motion that that we sign that we approve the MOU for the unfunded bus route for Western Springs subdivision?
Oh, don't tell me that. I hate words.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Barnett, second by Mr. Dunford to approve the MOU for the Western Springs busing. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously.
What do we do from here? I mean, who actually signs this and sends it back then to Riverton?
Mr. Larson handles that and gets it to me to sign.
Yeah, I'll have Tracy sign it. We'll get it to Riverton tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your work on it, Brian, appreciate that. Okay, next we are to board member committee and superintendent reports and comments. Anyone want to go first?
I will.
Okay, facilities committee.
We reported tonight already. I do have 2 property issues to bring up in closed session.
Okay. And then also just, if you have any questions on summer projects, next board meeting is when we will be
Iron it out.
voting on those. So please make all the phone calls you need to in the next 2 weeks.
Have we been given a list?
Yes.
Yeah, in.
Oh, the one way
May?
back, like
Was it May?
months and months ago?
We can send it to you again.
Okay.
That'd be great. Okay. Any other committee reports? Okay, I'll go with Utah School Boards Association because I always have something to report from them. Couple, mark your calendars. First of all, they've started a monthly policy webinar. It's the first Wednesday of every month at 11. And I did attend this month. It's 11 to 11:30. It's just a half an hour. They had the attorney go over the library media selection policy, and they also went over another policy that had passed this last session on religious accommodations. And it was interesting, and then they gave a USB update too. So it was short and sweet and interesting, and the recording is on the USBA website. So if you can't come the first Wednesday, but you're interested in something that they presented on, you can go on the USBA website and find that. 11. First Wednesday at 11. And if you need help finding that, they've revamped their website, and it is so much easier to find stuff now. But if you're not sure where to look, let me know, and I'll walk you through that. Fall regional meeting is September 25th at 6 p.m. Here in the Salt Lake Valley at the USBA office. And then they have ones across the state too. If you're not available that night and want to go to another one, they'll send that out. And that one's at 6 p.m.
And that's the 25th?
That's September 25th, yeah. And that's dinner, and then they go over what our priorities are. It's not at Grub Steak this year. Became too expensive. So
It's at that McDonald's just as you go off of I-80. It's very convenient.
Easy off,
They
easy on.
recommend Provo.
You can hit the outlets beforehand.
That's right. There's a great Walmart right there.
Okay, Legislator Day in the Classroom is coming up, and it's actually a whole week, the week of September 23rd through the 27th, with the idea of getting every legislator across the state into a classroom for a meaningful instructional experience that day. And there'll be a proclamation coming out from the governor on that, and legislative leadership is in favor of that. You should have all received the cute little announcement with the lunch tray that says Legislator Day in the Classroom, and like classrooms written in mustard on the hot dog.
It was cute.
Yeah. Anyway.
We may have a cell phone patch for them when they walk in, right?
Good one.
Put it in.
Good idea. We've got this for you.
A sticker that says "I'm foam free at school."
Yes. Perfect. Perfect. So anyway, government relations, will discuss that in an upcoming meeting and have the details for that. But all legislators have received an initial invite just from USBA, and then our schools will set up specific experiences. If you're working on the Master Board Certification, that's due on December 1st. And the new Board Member Institute is Saturday, December 7th. So that's for all new board members, or if anyone hasn't been before and feels like they want to go, they're welcome to come back to that. One change this year, you know how we got a new bag every year at the USBA conference?
Mm-hmm.
No longer going to be the case. You'll get the new bag at New Board Member Institute. So new board members will get a bag. And
Rest of us don't.
everyone else, it's BYOB to conference.
So what if you're
Bring your own bag.
reelected? Are you a new
Bring your
board
own
member?
bag, buddy.
We
You
get
want-
a bag every
You can
4
sign up
years.
for the New Board Member
BYOBB.
Institute and go.
That was the whole reason we went to those meetings.
Yeah, I'm not going anymore.
Okay, well, you can go to the New Board Member Institute and
Over
get
4
a bag.
Over 4 years, your bag wears out.
Use one of your other 6.
Yeah, that's right. Okay,
These were
part
backpacks. This was the first time it was a bag.
of the cost-saving measures for USBA. And then the final thing I wanted to report on is that Nikki and I met with communications about updating our picture frames here with Portrait of a Graduate and strategic plan stuff. So if any of you have special feelings to any of these posters that are up here, let me know. I'll let you take it home.
I just noticed I just
Except for
noticed
not the frame.
Yes, we're replacing
K
them.
is gone.
Take the middle one.
Took it down, I know.
No, if you get rid of the whiteboard.
Oh
That'll
no,
never
whiteboard
happen.
stays.
We're putting in
Very
a
Bryce
smart
Dunford
board that can show on the video feed.
Oh, that's even a better idea. Okay, so anyway, any objections or let us know. That's all from me. Anyone have anything else to report, board members?
I don't have anything.
Superintendent, do you have anything?
I will mention this again in our next meeting. I just want to thank all those who worked on and presented in the morning and afternoon sessions of today's Teacher Professional Development Day. Many years ago, the board negotiated for an additional contract day so that teachers could receive professional development. And we've worked hard to make that a meaningful day. And a ton of teachers and staff came together, as well as outside speakers today. We'll give more detail on the feedback and the results next time, but I'm very appreciative to the teachers who were so engaged today and for those who made the day possible. It was another awesome day.
Yeah, high energy today. At least I was at Copper Hills, and outstanding presentations there. I've heard from 2 teachers that were at Mountain Ridge at Jody Carrington's.
Yes.
Said best presentation I've ever heard.
Yeah. We've been planning all year for this. We always do. We plan all year for the professional development day.
Amazing keynotes. You made it hard on them to choose.
Yeah, we did.
Okay, that concludes the end. We've already done our special business items. We do have a couple of closed session items. So if I can get a motion to go into closed session.
I move that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and/or security.
Second.
A motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richards to go into closed session. Roll call vote. Mr. Robinson.
Yes.
Ms. George.
Yes.
Ms. Richards.
Yes.
Ms. Dean.
Yes.
Burnett.
Yes.
Mr. Dunford.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That passes unanimously, and we'll close session. Thank you all for joining us. Good luck to everyone starting school next week.